Hello, good morning. Welcome to Digital.Davos 2024 summer sessions. Thank you very much for joining us. We are right now live on YouTube. Okay, and I have a playback. One thing, one second. Okay, I hope we are still live on YouTube. And thank you very much, Dr. Niara, for joining us. These sessions will be recorded.
Thank you for the invitation.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Dehara, it's a pleasure to have you. You're currently in Delhi, you told me. How's the weather
Yes.
there?
Oh, it's not too bad. I guess monsoon is keeping the air cooler than I expected, so this is very nice. Thank you.
Okay, so let's speak about your specialty. You dedicated your life's work in research as professor at UCLA in sickle cell anemia. And it's also not by case that you are right now in Delhi from LA. So could you please a little bit describe sickle cell anemia for the people which don't understand the disease as a starter for our discussion?
Yes, sickle cell disease is a disease of red blood cells, and this is a genetic disease. Um, it is affecting a gene for something called hemoglobin that is within red blood cells. And actually, this gene had survived all these years, centuries and centuries, because having one gene actually is preventive of malaria. So, in the area where malaria is quite prevalent, this gene survived and also flourished in a way. However, when the patient receives two genes, red blood cells become rigid and become deformed, and you know that the red blood cell is the one that carries oxygen throughout the body. And when it becomes rigid and deformed, it blocks the blood vessels. And when small blood vessels are started to blocked, then it's going to deprive the tissues from oxygen. So what happens is like it's like having a mini strokes throughout the body, and it's quite painful, and it can affect brain, lungs, heart, liver, bone marrow, almost every part of the body. And of course, subsequently, it's not just suffering, but survival is quite shortened.
Okay, so this is a quite uh, painful disease, and to my understanding, it can also be fatal.
Mhm.
Um, How much is the prevalence in these diseases around the globe? I know that you will you are concentrating on India, on the United Emirates, and on Africa. How is the disease distributed, and how many cases we have worldwide, and who's affected?
Yes, right now this is just an estimate, but as we start testing these patients or screen them, we keep increasing this estimate. Currently, India alone, we are very certain that there is over 20 million patients, closer to 30 than 20. Africa is similar to India, and the Middle East, maybe 300 to 400,000 patients. But again, these are estimates. But as we, do more screening tests, this estimate seem to keep increasing. For example, like 20 years ago, our estimate for the whole world was only about 4 million. But now, a few years ago, it was readjusted to about 20 million throughout the world. But now, just India alone is over 20 million. So it's quite a few patients. It affects mostly people who live in the area called malaria belt. This includes the Middle East and, of course, parts of India, and Africa is mostly central and western part.
And just a question. We know also that we have a lot of malaria occurrences like in Indonesia or something like this. I remember from traveling there as I was young, like 8, 9 years to Bali, that I have to take Lariam all the time. So that made me sick in the morning. Just as sickle cell was basically one genome prevents malaria or makes it like this. Is also Indonesia one of the countries with high occurrences?
Actually, not Indonesia. Indonesia does have another form of a disease, hereditary disease of hemoglobin, not sickle cell disease. Sickle cell disease, this gene was believed to have occurred in three major areas, in the areas that I covered. Malaria belt does extend toward Indonesia and northern Philippines, and of course, some of the Southeastern Asian countries, but yeah, it doesn't extend to those areas. Instead of sickle cell disease, many of these patients have thalassemia and a few other mutations of hemoglobin.
So, as it is a disease which hits a lot of people, especially in the developing world, in Africa, and in worlds where wealth is not so distributed, like in India, and also really rich countries like the United Emirates. So, how's the access to treatment options, and what kind of treatment option exist?
Yes. Well, we have known about this disease for centuries, and but medically, this was really identified under microscope about 100 years ago, and actually this was discovered by student. And then in late 1940s, 50s, Linus Pauling and Harvey Tunnell actually analyzed this from genetic level, and this is the disease that was first ever to have the sequencing done on the disease or the mutation. However, the treatment development hardly occurred. um, in the meantime, there was a treatment for like a number of diseases like diabetes, blood pressure. There was a treatment for pernicious anemia, but no treatment for sickle cell disease. We call this anti-sickling medications. Nothing was available until 1990s. And this is a little bit odd because, medications were developed for almost any common disease in different parts of the world, but this was nothing was done or nothing was developed. So in 1998, um, repurposing of chemotherapy called hydroxyurea was developed, and this is a treatment that causes cancer because it's a treatment for cancer. Ironically, treatment for cancer frequently also causes cancer, but because of lack of anything else, and this disease is so devastating like cancer, this treatment was accepted for adults anyway. And then the next time anti-sickling treatment came out was from us. I started my work in 1992 at UCLA, at the Linquist Institute. And we had proof of concept by year 2000. I was funded by National Institutes of Health and the FDA. And we proved that our medication can actually decrease hospitalization and something called painful crisis and number of other complications of sickle cell disease. And this was approved in 2017. And this happened to be the second time anti-sickling medication was ever approved for adults, and the first time ever for pediatric patients. Since then, few other anti-cyclic agents were approved. Um, I won't name them, but these medications cause so much side effect. One of them was actually already taken out of the approval. The other one is still out there. However, because of toxicity, not too many patients can take it. Now, recently, gene therapy has been getting a lot of attention, gene therapy, CRISPR therapy, and it's a really a good thing. Of course, when this works, it can actually cure sickle cell disease, and this is really nice. However,
But the cost would be extremely high.
cost is extremely high, and also what we call conditioning therapy is quite harsh on patients, and it's definitely not applicable to most patients, even in the United States, and certainly not in the developing countries like countries in African continent or in India, because it really required tertiary medical center to apply this therapy.
So speaking about your treatment option with L-glutamine, um, can you tell us a little bit about the efficacy from L-glutamine
Yes.
and how, I mean, I saw some nice microscopic pictures how blood looked after a while of treatment, and it looks like mechanically everyone bound the red blood cells again in the right form. So what happened there and why does it happen?
Yes, thank you for asking for this. Um, Many of the investigators realized that the problem, one of the major problems
I
in,
am sorry when I'm looking there, you because you are here on the monitor, not in front of the camera. So when I'm looking down, I'm actually looking at you. So
okay, that's fine. Yeah, yeah, it's okay. So what happens is with our treatment is what we're looking for something that can prevent oxidation damage to red blood cells because pioneers have realized that one of the major issues with this mutation is that it causes enormous amount of oxidation, which also damage the red blood cells. So we wanted to find something that will prevent this oxidation. And we realized that the internal antioxidant system is going to work the best. So I'm going to cut the long stories and just tell you that we realized that glutamine was what's missing in this natural antioxidant system that we already have within the red blood cells. So when we supplemented these red blood cells with pharmaceutical grade glutamine, we saw that the hardening have stopped, damage to red blood cells stopped. That's the reason why you saw this so like um, a healing of red blood cells or um, reversal of this sickling effect, which causes a hardening and the deformity of red cells into more normal shaped red cells. So this is what we saw in the laboratory. Clinically, what we saw is that the patient who used to be hospitalized almost every week no longer had to be hospitalized, and people who are having what we call painful crisis, and this is really, really devastating situation. They require so much narcotics to get themselves sort of relieved from this severe pain. But the number of crises have gone down. What we define as crises have gone down by almost 50%. And there are patients who still had crisis, but the severity of crisis was significantly reduced. There are a number of other parameters that we have looked, but in every parameters, this was a consistent. Every time we treated the patients. And the best part of this is that we found out that this is probably the most effective anti-sickling agent, and it has hardly any side effect. Most of the treatment that was approved in the past by sickle cell, even if these were taken down, they had something called like a black box label because some of the toxicity was quite severe. But we did not have to have this black box label because there was hardly any side effect. In fact, in our study, what we call a major side effect or major adverse event, it was hardly ever related to the use of the medication.
thank you. Let's speak about cost efficiency. I mean, L-glutamine versus the other disease medications.
Yeah.
How cost efficient is to produce L-glutamine? What is the quantity? And then we go a little bit in the distribution channel of it.
Okay. So we have let's say extremes. The medication-wise, cheapest extreme is the one that was developed in 1998, hydroxyurea. It's just the cost of medication and pills. And the other extreme is like a bone marrow transplant or CRISPR therapy. Um, well, bone marrow transplant and CRISPR therapy, these are not available to most patients and they're enormously expensive. We are talking about like $5, $6 million. And then hydroxyurea, it costs only maybe a few cents a day. So that part is really nice. But because it causes side effects such as bone marrow suppression, which usually requires transfusion or hospitalizations, and because of this complication, they'll have to have blood testing quite often, like every month, if you're on this medication.
So
And
basically, you have to take the blood test into the calculation of the final
that's
price.
right, yeah. And then, of course, there's hospitalization related to use of these medications. So by the time you add all these things up, right now, our treatment is most um, effective pharmacoeconomic therapy. In other words, cheapest, relatively speaking. Now, this is with the price of the new medication. Just recently, the exclusivity with the orphan drug designation came off. So we should be able to get down to a generic price pretty soon. And that's what I want to do because I want to make this available to everybody, not just the US patients, but patients in rural areas of Africa or India. And the Middle East is relatively rich, especially GCC countries, but still, if you keep the price at so like a brand name level, it's really hard for government to support the full price. So I'm working on pricing that makes sense for NGOs, governments, especially governments who facilitate this type of treatments in the patients in the rural area.
Thank you. So, when you highlight the benefit and how this treatment functions, can you also highlight the cost benefits for investors? What are the benefits for profit for investors looking for affordable impact solutions?
Okay, I'm going to start with the social aspect of this. First of all, patients are going to have much less complications and much less damage to organs, and they're going to regain some of the times lost for studies or work because they don't have to be hospitalized or have to stay in bed at home because of this painful crisis. So there is like a social cost gain. But on top of that, actual government spending is going to decrease. By our calculation, even at the relatively high brand name price, US government was going to save about 50% of the medical costs for these patients. Now, for the investors, we are planning to really make this medication affordable to many patients, as many as possible. But still, we'll be able to get enough margin for the medication to make it like profitable. So, and because the market is so huge right now with millions and millions of patients, there should be the benefit from the profit to the investors once this gets going. Now, the treatment, the reason why this is so effective is I have mentioned before, but there is no complications. And actually, if you go into rural area, it's hard to find doctors or established medical centers. But you don't require these medical centers to administer this medication because there is hardly any side effects. So even the nurse or like minimally trained medical workers can bring these medications to patients without really worrying about the adverse events due to a medication.
So,
So
how is this medication administered?
it's administered orally. It's a powder mixed in fluid usually, and then it's administered twice a day.
So
or
basically,
or
one of the sparkling vitamins which I just take in the
yeah,
morning.
exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So yeah, it's like soft drinks,
Yeah.
except yeah, it doesn't. Well, it has no taste, so it's helpful for some of the kids if you mix with the chocolate milk or some juice or something. But you can mix in like I take it myself sometimes, not for other purpose, but it's a tasteless powder, and it's not that difficult to take. Certainly much easier than many of the narcotics that they have to take for pain if they don't take this medication.
So what are the problem with the current supply chain of this medicine within
So
India, UA, and Africa?
yeah. So when we discovered that L-glutamine definitely is going to help, and I'm talking about the pharmaceutical grade L-glutamine, and the distinction between pharmaceutical grade and supplement grade is very, very important because supplement grade does not have any really a regulation for the authorities to really check what's in the bottle. However, the medical grade, they have to go through a stringent regulatory process and stringent purification process. And actually, only one plant in the whole world can produce this. And the amount that they produce, of course, it's used for many other purposes too. But when we discovered that this is useful for glutamine, first thing that we all worried was how are we going to provide this medication even to 500,000 patients? Because current production is 2,000 ton a year, and every 100,000 patients, we need about 1,000 ton. And so 200,000 patient is going to use up all the L-glutamine that is being produced today in the world. But as I said, India alone has over 20 million patients. So then we have to produce, if this treatment becomes appreciated and accepted, most likely we'll have to build more plants that will produce this. So that is something that I'm looking into very, very carefully because it's really, really unfortunate that this very effective and simple medication is not available to many of the patients because we don't have enough supply in the world. Fortunately, we're getting a lot of good, enthusiastic support from different government that we speak to. If this start to spread, many of the governments are willing to work with us to build more facilities.
Yeah, it's also, can you re-emphasize here, the supply from the medical grade L-glutamine is only 200,000 ton. Of course,
Right.
there
And
is other
2,000 pounds.
supply
Yeah. Supplement
which is
grade.
available for L-glutamine, but this
Mhm.
is basically useless. And I know from our prior discussion, could you also tell what are, for example, what are the risks for taking
Yeah.
generic medicine, generic glutamine?
Yeah.
What could happen?
So generic glutamine is okay as long as it's medical grade, but anything less than medical grade, which is what's available in the supplement stores, some of them are actually pretty good, although it's not as good as a medical grade. But when I was working with the FDA, one thing that we were quite worried and FDA was quite adamant about is that we should not go to supplement grade because amino acid, when supplement amino acid is used on long term, it can cause accidents. And one of the biggest accidents that we saw was in late 80s with the tryptophan, which was promoted for inducing sleep. And a lot of supplement grade tryptophan was used, but just one batch had some impurity that caused a lot of death, and many people who didn't die still suffer from the consequences of this toxicity. And this happens because the regulation is very lenient or non-existent for the supplement grade products. And it's not just the amino acids like glutamine, but then many other supplements are known for causing actually quite severe side effects and a lot of times death. And these are well published. But because supplements are so popular, and in many cases supplements are helpful, it's really hard to change the current system of marketing supplements.
Currently, we have basically already spoken a little bit about this supply chain issue, which means we don't have enough product to treat even all the patients in one country, India alone, and neglecting the majority of patients being in Africa. Now, there is already this supply chain issue. Your company, your fund, invests directly in the supply chain, increasing the supply chain. And it is a fund which really improves the wellness of a lot of people. My question is, it's good to invest in something which does good. But of course, investors want to see also the 10x or higher return. So what is your strategy to change in the supply chain to satisfy an ethical growth of your company, of the companies and the whole market?
Yeah. Oh, as a starter, in the past, actually, there were two companies, both were Japanese companies that were producing this pharmaceutical grade L-glutamine. And at the time, sickle cell disease was not one of their target. So then demand was not very high still. So one that was run by Kyowa Bio, which is under the umbrella of Kirin Beer, they decided to get out of this pharmaceutical grade glutamine business. We were fortunate because we were able to purchase the plant that they have decided to leave for very, very inexpensive price. We do have to retrofit this once we have sufficient funds, but this is going to at least double the current availability of glutamine once we start producing a glutamine here. But even then, it's not going to be enough. It's hardly enough. So as the demand starts to increase, we really have to look into other possibilities. We could increase the capacity of our plant that we bought in Japan because there's ample space to build a few other the manufacturing so like units on the same land. But when I talk to like African governments or Indian governments, they're actually interested in like having the plants in their own countries. So that's going to be for the future, but I'm seriously looking into this to make sure the supply is there. In terms of financial return, the financial return is not bad at all. If you can run 2,000 ton production every year, then that's going to bring a good return. Now, you said 10x, 20x. In terms of the value of the company, what's interesting is that one medication which hardly increased the so like its utilization in the United States, and this is one of the medicine that was causing so many side effects. That company was sold for billions of dollars. So you can see that there is an interest among investors for treatment of this disease. And myself being a physician scientist, it's just like once you start with one medication for one indication, over the years, you keep coming up with new ideas and new indications with the same medications or other medications. And I myself, while during this tenure developing this medication, I came up with several other patents, which most likely is going to be quite effective um, for reversing some of the conditions.
Dr. Nihara, we are out of time.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I was It was always nice to speak to you.
Same
And
here.
we're saying goodbye to Dr. Nehara, one of the leading experts, or the leading expert for our sickle cell anemia, professor in Los Angeles at the famous UCLA, and founder from different initiatives to fight sickle cell anemia globally. We thank you very much, and we are continuing Digital.Davos with David Doss, manager and founder from CKC Fund, and I see he is already online. Dr. Niara, thank you very much, and
Thank you very much.
so
Okay,
uh,
goodbye.
goodbye.
Yep. Hello,
Yeah.
David.
You have to log out. Thank you.
Hi, Doctor.
Hi, David. How are you doing?
Doing well, thanks. How about you?
Good. David, thank you very much. So it's always interesting to speak with you about crypto. And thank you for putting up the Digital.Davos logo. I still have
Yeah.
the main company logo. So we have everything presented. I'm interested when our third moderator comes on, and I'm saying, which I see he's listening to us, but has to be quiet till his panel is on. So I'm interested what kind of logo he was choosing. Okay, so David, thanks for joining us. And let's dive right away in. We have only half an hour or 27 minutes because I was going over. And let's speak about the latest development in crypto. David does manage a crypto fund under GmbLX. Could you quick describe what kind of fund you are managing and a little bit introduce yourself to our audience?
Yeah. So briefly on CKC, we basically focus on diversification and active management in the crypto asset space. So I think a lot of people kind of joined into crypto, kind of investing into very, very early stage projects. But now we're really seeing with the Bitcoin ETF, Ethereum ETF, we're starting to see more of a mature phase in the overall adoption cycle here, where people are increasingly looking to basically invest into kind of more of the uh, blue chip and mid cap projects in ways that are more in keeping with traditional investment approaches, the tried and true approaches that people take in investing to stocks, bonds, real estate, things like this. So, and then in terms of my background, I've been in the crypto space for about 7 going on 8 years, worked on blockchain initiatives with Citibank, Gemini, and various other players in the space.
This is great. So let's speak a little bit about your vision. I see there's a lot of volatility and in the market for crypto. I mean, everyone is right now freaking out because it was declining 17%. But when you see it over the last 5 months, it was also climbing up over like 100% or 50%. So it was going for 40 to 80 or 70, for 40 to 70, now down to, please speak about why we witnessed the last volatility.
Yeah, so this is something that we like to talk about also in terms of actively managed funds that and actively managed strategies in general that oftentimes what is simple or straightforward is not easy. So it's very, very easy to say, buy low, sell high. But in crypto in particular, where it's super volatile, it's very difficult to do in practice. Where it's very, I would say, very easy for people to get spooked by the level of volatility. That said, you raised some great points there. Just looking at where the market has been overall. That right now we're about double what the prices were this time last year, right? But interestingly enough, we're around at the same point in terms of the fear and greed index, for example, where right now we're closer to kind of fear-based investing than greed-based investing. So all things being equal, we are at a very interesting point in the market where we've seen tremendous growth, but a bit of a pullback. Largely speaking, though, metrics like the Fear and Greed Index, or also metrics like Bitcoin Dominance Index, are really indicating that we're still very likely in a bull market. So a smaller period of kind of downward trending volatility right now seems to be kind of let's say temporary, but also something that's a necessary and healthy correction.
So when we are looking at the crypto market, when we are looking at the Nasdaq, on the Dow, and we are looking at how, or S&P 500 index, we are seeing that only 5 companies really were accounting for the whole profit of the market within the last year. How does it look in the crypto market? How is it a combined effort from all the altcoins, or is only one, or is there some superstars and the rest tanks? How is the correlation between the coins?
Yeah, so it's a really interesting question, and it depends on where we are in the cycle. So as I alluded to previously, right now the Bitcoin Dominance Index is at as lower than it has been for some time. So Bitcoin has really been leading the charge over the past roughly 6+ months. However, what often has occurred in the past is that Bitcoin will basically run up the first, but then that altcoins, other cryptocurrencies, of which there are thousands and thousands out there, they will start to really catch up during kind of the height of a bull market. So so far, Bitcoin has performed, I would say, quite strongly. Maybe a little bit similar to what you're talking about in the stock market, where some of the the real blue chips tend to perform strongly in certain conditions. But now we're starting to see a turn to where altcoins are gaining more dominance. So in this next phase of the cycle, we're very likely to see that trend reverse to a certain extent.
Speaking about diversification from investment portfolios, cryptocurrencies alone, Bitcoin alone, could be compared to a significant company and would justify around 4 to 10% of each portfolio to hold only in cryptocurrencies when we would go after the modern portfolio theory. Of course, we all know we have to look about internal valuation. We have to look about the alpha, the specific risks. Can you speak a little bit in the global setting of investment? What is the correlation between Bitcoin and other assets in your portfolio, and how much would you think would theoretically, under the theories, we don't give investment advice here, but in theory, from academic principles, should be held in crypto, and what are the reasons for regarding better value and diversification?
Yeah, so this, I think, also ties into a point you were making previously about, for example, the stock market, right? So there's often kind of a strong focus on some of the top assets in the stock market, right? But at the same time, most people will go after a diversified strategy where, let's say just because Microsoft, for example, is super strong market cap right now, doesn't mean that most people would put all of their eggs into that basket if they were investing into stocks. Somewhat similar approach here with crypto, where basically across the board there are over 25,000 different cryptocurrencies out there. So simply allocating into Bitcoin for most people is not going to make practical sense. To your other point about basically overall positioning in the crypto space, it's correct that if we look at kind of across the board analysis from Forbes, ARK Invest, let's say Modern Portfolio Theory Framework, or surveys of high net worth individuals, family offices, we're generally seeing a tendency where people would prefer to allocate somewhere between 4 to 6% of a portfolio into the digital asset space, but also where there's strong value to basically having that position be in and of itself diversified across, let's say roughly 50 different positions that are well assessed, well researched, well chosen within the digital asset space. Now, certainly, as you're saying as well, those are general ranges. For some people, it could be closer to 1 or 2% allocation into the digital asset space. For others, it could be more in the 10 plus range. Really depends on an individual's or an institution's risk reward profile and preferences. But overall, what we're seeing is that allocation, a relatively small allocation into a space like this, which is very high reward, high upside, but also showing lower correlation to a lot of other assets out there, such as stocks, bonds, real estate. This can really drive a lot of lower correlated growth in an overall portfolio, where we would say essentially that there is strong potential for asymmetric upside. That small allocation could get very large, but also as a small allocation has minimal downside on the overall health of the portfolio across the board.
Thank you. So when we are speaking about cryptocurrencies, it seems for us from finance at the beginning that you developed your own language. So we are speaking about mining, we are speaking about staking, we are speaking about a lot of technical terms, but at the end, it is not so much different from traditional investments. Could you highlight the parallels between traditional investment and the crypto investment? And could you also highlight, because when we invest in an asset, we always look at the fundamental value. Has crypto a fundamental value, or is it like on the dollar, just in God we trust? So what makes the crypto market, a coin, really valuable, and what are the mechanisms which can be compared to the traditional financial mechanism?
Yeah, so
I know, a combined question. Let's start fundamental value as first.
Yeah, so in terms of value overall, there are a couple of different considerations there. So one is basically value in relation to the larger picture of what's going on from a macro economic perspective in the world. So things to be considering, including the value of digital assets in an environment where there's inflation and hyperinflation, where there are political and economic uncertainties. This is one thing to consider. Beyond that, the other aspects to consider, I mean, what we look at as fund managers is essentially a combination of fundamental analysis and technical analysis. To your point, it is a little bit trickier in an emerging asset class because you have to essentially build out these frameworks as you're going, right? So there aren't any MBA programs that I know of that are going to teach how to conduct fundamental and technical analysis on cryptocurrencies. So in that regard, it's an ongoing build the airplane in the air type of approach. But other aspects to consider would be, let's see. So as you pointed out, that there are a lot of technical considerations, such as the quality and quantity of code that's being put out there by a blockchain framework. But then on the other hand, there are considerations, such as ratios of pricing, beta values, correlation to different assets, these sorts of things that are fairly achievable to analyze on an ongoing basis. So at the end of it, I think that the value, important to remember about value, is that there are many different types of value in the digital asset space. And that's related to why I personally prefer to use the term digital assets, because these are not all designed or meant to be used as currencies. So some of them, for example, are optimized for use in smart contract platforms, or for use as facilitators of decentralized file storage, or there's some really exciting use cases coming out around, let's say, DPIN, or decentralized physical infrastructure, of using blockchain for hyper local weather forecasts, or there are use cases of using a blockchain and digital assets for real world assets, such as tokenizing real estate, or tokenizing T-bills. A very, very wide range of use cases and problems that are looking to be solved. So in that regard, what we look to do as fund managers is to diversify, not just across, say, high cap, mid cap, and low cap, but to diversify across different utilities and use cases in the crypto sphere, and to also determine that we are basically building out a portfolio for our clients that is driving value in a way that Bitcoin cannot, and that has minimized correlation to Bitcoin, such that even when Bitcoin is under a stress cycle, in many cases, a more diversified and minimally correlated portfolio can be more resilient.
Okay, this is a lot of things to take in for a moment.
Yeah.
Like I was
Pause for a moment of silence.
It was a thousand of questions were exploding in my mind. I apologize for this.
Oh.
When we go to you as a fund manager, you I'm more on the conservative side of the fund management. So can you tell me what are your considerations about how often for a conservative fund assets has to be reallocated, and what are some trigger points when you have to reallocate assets?
Yeah. So back to that point of what is often simple in theory, but difficult in practice. I think it can be, in a sense, one of the challenges with crypto is that because it is so liquid, it's very easy to make rush selling decisions, right? So I would say one of the things that we find has been very important is to be very disciplined about decision-making process around what to buy and what to sell. To that point, I think a lot of people got introduced into crypto investing in what I would say are kind of polar opposite extremes. So you have on the one side, kind of ultra early stage VC style crypto investing of going into ICO or kind of IPO, or rather initial coin offering or similar, so initial exchange offering, other type of basically pre-sale type of environments that were very illiquid, and like generally many VC type of investments, these can be 10, 15 plus years before return is really realized, and also something where maybe 90+% of assets invested into could basically go down in value. Right? So you're really kind of in those types of investment styles aiming to find a couple of real gems and assuming that the rest will lose value. On the opposite end of the spectrum, others got into the space around kind of more these ultra liquid strategies, high frequency trading of, say, leveraged crypto futures or similar, where these can feel very exciting on a day in, day out basis, that day to day, week to week, they can return significant amounts. But then they also have ended up in total wipeout type of scenarios where you saw this, within the last 1 to 2 years, a number of major players in the space using these types of strategies just went completely to zero, or worse than zero, declaring bankruptcy, these sorts of things. So in that regard, what we're looking to do in a lot of our systems that we are building out is to kind of navigate the middle ground between those two, of high liquidity, but also minimal leverage, maximal diversification, optimizing beta values, these sorts of things, where ultimately we're building out strategies for the medium to long term, where we want for this to remain liquid as a source of stability for an investor, but we also really want to make sure that we can optimize returns over a 2, 3, 4 year time horizon, in a way where looking back on this can really drive that type of outsized value for an investor, even if they are, say, allocating a small percent of their portfolio into an asset class like this.
Thank you. Seeing that your fund is located in the Cayman Island, and I would like and pick up on one comment which you just did, security for the investors. And when we speak about security, of course, in FNU asset classes, there are like a lot of bad players in, and then there are serious good players in. So I know that your team increases steadily from reputable firms like BlackRock and so on. So what you think, or what do you do to mitigate investors' risks within your firm or within your fund? And what do you think is the good practice on this?
Yeah, so there are several layers to that, right? So for one thing, what you alluded to about Cayman, I mean, we were really impressed with kind of the level of investor protections within the Cayman private fund structure, for example, that there are these restrictions on the use of high risk futures. There are restrictions on the use of leverage, working with a platform partner such as ChainVLX that can kind of facilitate oversight to mitigate risk in those types of areas. Also, what we liked about Cayman was things like mandatory third-party audits, which are not the case in a lot of other jurisdictions, and a clear digital asset framework, where there are many other jurisdictions out there that really have not yet implemented digital asset regulatory framework. So ultimately, I think it can be a little bit counterintuitive in some ways, but when some people think about a jurisdiction like Cayman, they can often think of kind of these bad 1980s action movies sort of situations, but really at the end of the day, in 2024, Cayman has some of the best, in my opinion, investor protections and digital assets investing frameworks out there on the market. Beyond that, in terms of mitigating risk for investors, like I've mentioned before, really going after true diversification across multiple different frameworks, ranging from diversification across market cap, across utilities and use cases, also diversification across price behavior, making sure that these assets are not just trailing Bitcoin in terms of their price behavior. These are all really significant things. Also, ongoing analysis and review. I mean, we meet as an investment committee to conduct this research and these decisions together as a group. And then beyond that, also, I think another thing that is very important is to be able to use things like insured third-party platforms, custodians that can provide mitigation against loss in case of the kinds of scary things that you read about in the news, as well as multi-signature sign-off from different team members, different partners. These sorts of things that can really help in terms of legacy planning and preventing crises from happening in the first place, but also managing crises and stresses within the market.
I mean, I saw from your companies the strict SOPs which you have in regards to which kind of wallets can be used, how long money can be on exchanges, how much money can be even on a bank account without being converted in a more secure asset class. So you were not hit by FTX and any other of these disasters.
So certainly, to your point, there are a lot of things to be considering. It's like I've mentioned before, if something is common sense, make it common practice. So, as you were mentioning about exchanges, there's been a lot of issues around holding assets on exchanges. So moving as many assets as possible into cold storage, insured custody, these sorts of things is really, I'd say an industry best practice for sure. At the end of it, I heard a quote I liked about this that essentially, crypto is a performance business, not a knowledge business. So there are a lot of things where you can know how something's supposed to work, but then you really have to do it, and you have to do it on a day in, day out sort of a basis, which is why we're here. It's there are many people who are exceptionally intelligent, but also very busy doing other things, and so we're here to be that resource for people on a day in and day out basis to do all of those different things that add up to risk mitigation, investor protection, and optimizing performance.
Thank you very much. We had Davidos from CKC Fund, and thank you very much to New York. I overgive now to Los Angeles to Anand Singh with a panel, and I hope that Anand is online right now. Yes, here we have him.
Yes, Anand? Good morning, David. Excellent job. Thank you so much for giving us a wonderful view on crypto strategies, especially in volatile market. It certainly is very, very interesting, and thank you for doing all the research and hard work for the rest of us. With that, I would like to welcome you back again to Digital.Davos. We are in our summer 2024 series.
We have to log out.
Sorry. Yeah, please. Yeah. So, and again, welcome to Digital.Davos 2024 summer series. It is my absolute pleasure to now take this discussion from a global scenario where we just spoke about sickle cell disorder and Africa, India, and the Middle East. Now moving on to crypto strategies in a volatile world, and then I would like to bring this more to a local environment, and specifically looking at the Silicon Valley side of it. As you know, we have seen some volatility in banking and in traditional banking, and we have had a couple of very key institutions go under recently. So with that, is there a need for a new bank in Silicon Valley? And this is what we will explore. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce Dr. Sanjeev Kagram. Now, this is a gentleman who, if most people in academia know, most people in business worlds know, most people at the World Economic Forum know, but without that, I will give a brief introduction, and this doesn't cover even 10% of what Sanjeev does. But this is an innovative entrepreneur, a master academic, and a absolutely visionary person and a thought leader beyond compare. What we have seen from him is success across private, public, social, and academic sectors. Most recently was the CEO, Director General and Dean of Thunderbird School of Global Management, where he led arguably the most dramatic turnaround in higher education history over the last 6 years. And then, to kind of add to that is that it was in a absolute scenario where perhaps there was even talks of Thunderbird going under. And being completely absorbed into Arizona State. So Dr. Kagram is currently the co-founder, board director, and investor for a new startup bank in Silicon Valley, and the president of the Global Carbon Removal Partnership, along with other transformative endeavors in ESG impact. But this is more about banking. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Sanjeev, and then we'll take it from here.
Thank you so much, Anand Bhai. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It's so great to be part of Digital Davos. Anand, thank you for your leadership, the team's leadership. It's been so amazing to have this opportunity, this platform of Digital Davos, to make Davos more inclusive, to be advancing thought leadership around the world. I've enjoyed being a participant and learning from it, and we have this great opportunity to share with you exactly what the title says, what we believe, myself and my co-panelists, co-founders here at our new bank that we're launching in Silicon Valley, why Silicon Valley absolutely needs not only a new bank, but a 21st century high-touch, high-tech bank to advance entrepreneurship, innovation, and sustainable and equitable prosperity, not only in Silicon Valley and Northern California, but across the state, across the country, and around the world. Just a little bit background about why this is meaningful to me personally. Some of you may know that I was born in Uganda, fourth generation. My family was the 20th wealthiest family in the country. We were expelled by Idi Amin, became refugees, went to refugee camps for a number of years. Before we were expelled, we actually co-owned the largest bank in Jinja, Uganda. So this is a very personal endeavor for me. And it's about bringing inclusion and prosperity for all of us, my co-panelists, co-founders, and our entire board, and those involved in setting up this bank. I went out to Stanford as an undergraduate in the mid-1980s. Now I'm dating myself, although you could tell from my graying and white hair here. And at that point, and if you look at the banks in Silicon Valley, and particularly Santa Clara, there were 17 banks with headquarters in Santa Clara in 1995. When I was still at Stanford, I had gone off and done a startup and then went back to get my PhD. And now today, there are only 3 banks in Santa Clara that are headquartered in Santa Clara. Over the same time, the number of deposits or the value of deposits in Santa Clara have gone up tenfold. The last new bank in Santa Clara was formed in 2008. And the last new bank in adjacent San Mateo County was founded and established in 2003. Now, you all know Santa Clara, San Mateo are the heart of Silicon Valley. And in Santa Clara County, of course, we have, the headquarters of 7 of the 10 largest tech companies in the world, Apple, NVIDIA, Google, Meta, Broadcom, Oracle, Netflix, but of course, dozens, hundreds, thousands of other startups, entrepreneurs, initiatives, big companies that have come out of Silicon Valley, of course, in the tech world, but much more broad than that. Right? Much more broad than that. And so we really have hundreds and thousands of small and medium-sized enterprises across every sector. So this is what's very exciting for us, because just 2 more facts before I introduce our incredible panel and my wonderful brothers and sisters who are involved in this, is that if you think about where we were in the 1980s and 90s, Silicon Valley Bank, which Tom Burton, who I'm going to introduce in a second, was for 16 years there, really, started in 1983, 84. And if you had invested $1,000 in the early 90s, right, Tom, in Silicon Valley Bank, by 2022, before the collapse or before the, challenges, you would have been a millionaire, from 1,000 to a millionaire. And it was an incredibly transformative time. The other thing that means a lot to all of us, but certainly to our other board members who I'll introduce also, Victoria Vizo and Mark Trebet and all of us, is that in the United States, there are only 150 minority designated banks. And only 2 of those 150 are multiracial minority designated banks. So for us, Mark, Vicky, Tom, Steve Chang, my Stanford roommate and the chair of our board and principal founder of the bank, neurosurgeon at Stanford Hospital, our commitment is to be that third multiracial minority designated bank. So this is a bank that has a deep set of values, but it's also, and it's about the longer term, about creating a legacy for our children and grandchildren, really being transformative in every way, but at a very, very opportune time that we're setting it up. We began the idea of what now has become Altos Bank. Our first branch will be in Los Altos 3-4 years ago. It germinated. It's a very complex process, and we can get into that with Tom and all of you with banking regulators and so forth, and we're still in that process. But then, of course, as Anand alluded to, and we'll get to this, Silicon Valley Bank, First Republic Bank. And so what was a once-in-a-generation opportunity to launch a new high-touch, high-tech 21st century bank for Silicon Valley, but for California, the country and the world, has now become a once-in-a-100-year opportunity. So we have 3 great panelists that are going to get involved right now, and then we'll open it up, 10, 15 minutes if we can. If not, we'll just keep going for the next 35 to 40 minutes. We have Tom Burton, who has 40 years in banking, started Bank of America through a series of community banks, obviously at Silicon Valley Bank. I don't want to say too much because I want him to share a little about his personal professional story, because he really has seen the transformation in banking across California and particularly Silicon Valley. And we are lucky enough to have him as our founding CEO, board member, and co-founder. We have Victoria Vizo, who is a president of a major insurance company in Silicon Valley in the Bay Area, longtime family based in the Bay Area, and so is deeply connected to the community, not only our for-profits and startups and entrepreneurship side, but also our nonprofits, our community organizations, and so forth. And then we have Mark Trebet, who comes from the banking sector, then got his PhD, is now a professor at Pepperdine in strategic management and global strategy. And he's an incredible important part of our overall team and a real visionary and kind of the heart and soul of our value base for the bank. With that, I want to start off with the first round of questions. And in that, I'm hoping each of you will share a little bit about your own story, like I did, about why this means so much to you personally at this point in our lives. I will say for all of us, we're in a certain point of our lives where it is about certainly doing well in the world, but it's about impact and legacy. And that's what's drawn all of us co-founders together. So Tom, give everyone here and around the world in various different time zones and cultures a little bit about your personal story, how you grew up in banking in Silicon Valley, and then why, Altos Bank, this new bank, is so exciting and inspiring for you, why you are so committed, and we're so grateful for all your leadership and hard work. Tom?
Great. Thank you, Sanjeev. Let me start by saying that I became a banker through the hazards of networking. At the time I joined Bank of America, I was working in Geneva, Switzerland for the World Health Organization. And I was looking at coming back to California to get a master's degree. And I happened to meet the person that ran Bank of America California. Before that, they ran Bank of America World Division. So through the hazards of networking, I got to meet with this gentleman, and he offered me a job at Bank of America to learn community banking. I spent 3 years learning everything I could at Bank of America in downtown San Jose. I am native to San Jose. In fact, one of my high school memories is meeting Vicky's aunt at a high school dance. So we both have some history in San Jose. But in any event, I was convinced then, and I'm even more convinced today, that banking is a relationship business. And though Bank of America taught me a lot and launched my career, I recognized that I had jumped from the largest bureaucracy in the world to the second largest bureaucracy in the world, being Bank of America. So after 3 years, I decided to try community banking, smaller banks. I worked for two. At those two banks, I learned about sales, and especially about differentiation, and how that leads to client acquisition. And frankly, I became pretty good at figuring out how to differentiate myself and my bank from all the other community banks that Sanjeev had alluded to that existed back in the late 80s in downtown San Jose. So I went to two different community banks. In the second one, I started a technology division to compete with the then very young Silicon Valley Bank. I allowed myself to be recruited to Silicon Valley Bank in 1993. It was $1 billion at that time. I left Silicon Valley Bank 18 years later. It was then a $30 billion bank, and considerably different. At the bank, my first job there was to run a small team. And then each succeeding job was running larger and larger teams, and also involved in turnarounds of divisions or groups or teams in Silicon Valley Bank that were underperforming. So I had an opportunity to really exercise some skills in figuring out what was wrong with the performance, changing it, having it improve, and then moving on to larger and larger responsibilities within the bank, culminating in the chief operating officer of the bank, not the holding company, but the bank. I was never an operations guy, but my portfolio was so broad, they really didn't know what else, what other title to give me than chief operating officer. I think the job that I enjoyed most, however, at Silicon Valley Bank was head of the Western Division, where I managed every vertical: hardware, software, life science, the internet, and every office in California for Silicon Valley Bank. At that time, it represented about 50% of the revenue. So I really got to know Southern California for the first time through offices in LA, San Diego, Orange County, and elsewhere.
I'm just being mindful of time. I don't mean to interrupt, but could you jump to now kind of coming to why we want Altos Bank and why you're keen on that, why you're so excited and inspired about Altos?
Yes, I would be delighted to do that. Thank you for pushing me along. There was, when Altos Bank was first conceived, there was a substantial need for another bank. And the reason for that need is that smaller businesses were being ignored. So when a bank gets to medium size or large size, they find small business, the requirements a small business need for customization and for loans is really not a profitable enterprise. In fact, at the banks that we're seeing now, one of them is a $2 billion bank, really do not want to engage with a small business if they need less than $3 million. It's just not profitable. It doesn't move the needle for them. So there is present an underserved part of the banking community, smaller businesses, and that's small businesses measured as a number of employees, that's 100 or less. There's 280,000 of those small businesses in Santa Clara and San Mateo County that I believe that we could serve. And I've talked to a good number of them. and they're ready to move. But what I would really like to address is why this is a 100-year opportunity as opposed to a generational opportunity. And that is because with the tragic demise of Silicon Valley Bank and First Republic, we have hundreds of employees that now work for other banks through no choice of their own. And with them, they have their portfolios of thousands of companies that are with other banks that they never chose to be with. So we have displaced, and according to the Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg, displeased clients that are waiting to see where their relationship manager goes in order to decide what bank they're going to go to. These are relationship managers that they've had for 6, 7, 10, 12. I talked to one client that had his relationship manager for 21 years. So when I asked the question, why are you still with Chase and so dissatisfied? The answer is, well, I'm waiting to see where my relationship manager goes. I think this is a great opportunity for us because of all of these clients looking for an alternative to the multinational banks around now. And they recognize that when you invest, when you put your money, your deposits in a multinational bank, the money could end up in Indiana, Indonesia, India, it can end up anywhere but home. It's not being reinvested in the community. And that is really the important purpose of a community bank, is to reinvest the excess in this form, excess deposits, reinvest that into the community. And that's what I'm really excited about, that the fact that we could be recycling the excess funds in the community into the businesses that need it here. And Sanjeev, that's one of my major driving forces.
Well, like I said, and I hope our audience get a sense, we couldn't be more lucky than to have Tom, his incredible history across many different types of institutions, but also the understanding of the market that we're in, the needs of it, but a core sense of values. And that's where I want to go to Vicky. Vicky, you've been in Silicon Valley, the community, for a long time. Why, tell us a little bit more about yourself, of course, but also why is being involved, investing, being a co-founder, bringing everybody to Altos Bank, which will soon launch, we believe, in the end of September, early October. Why is this so meaningful to you at this point in your life?
Well, thank you, Sanjeev, and thank you for everyone that's out there listening and taking the time to hear our story. I'm 46. I grew up, born and raised, third generation in Silicon Valley, San Jose. I was raised here when it was called San Jose, not Silicon Valley. And it was a different world. It's there, and I would say that it changed substantially. I would say right around year 2000. I remember coming back from college and walking in and being like, wait a minute, where are the cherry orchards that I grew up on? Where, you know, they're all now hospitals and semiconductor businesses. And I decided, my family was in a family business, and I grew up in a family business, construction, plumbing, contracting, and everything that I grew up around was about family, and it was about people, and it was about community. And I remember so clearly, it was Santa Clara Bank at the time, would be coming in and helping my parents build and grow their business. And my family came over from Portugal, primarily, and my grandfather, Italy. But they would be in our house. They would be at the business. They would be active. I knew who they were. They would create accounts for us. Like, we would walk in there and play banker. And it was part of our childhood. It was part of our community. It was a part of who we were. And the bankers in Santa Clara Bank, and they helped build and grow our family's business to a very successful business. And as I grew up here, and I got into the insurance business, and I found myself in two buckets. One bucket, I was with family-owned businesses, small businesses. I find myself in jeans and boots and a hat, going up and down some of the agricultural families, some of the oil families, the real estate families. And then the other half, I was very fortunate and I met some of the most innovative minds in the tech world. And I was blessed and fortunate to be brought in-house for some of the most successful international multifamily offices in the world. And I sat at the table and I watched and I listened and I observed for the last 22 years what these families were doing and what these founders were doing, and saw all these, you know, the social media companies grow and boom, and what their foundations were doing. And my personal take is that we could call diversity in so many different ways. We're diverse because I'm a white Caucasian female. Someone else may be Indian or African American or Asian or this or that. But there's also a diversity in how we're raised. There's also a diversity in how we are, in our experiences and our knowledge. There's a diversity in the tech world versus the family business world. And there's been such a divide in our world, as we know. There's been such a divide in our country, as you know, and there are divides here at home. And I have found from my experience that the tech is so innovative, and we want a part of that. We want to be part of the tech world. We want to have the innovation. We want to have an amazing technology in our bank. We want people to be able to do their banking on their phone. You know, we want it to be able to be quick and easy and innovative. And we also want to have, I also found that these smaller businesses have felt left behind because they didn't have access, left behind because they weren't part of the great growth, left behind because maybe they're stuck in some of their older ways and they're not used to having that type of technology. And I really believe wholeheartedly, and what I'm so excited about is being a bridge, and the bridge from the tech to the small businesses. And the beauty that I find in that I love being involved in is that all of us on our team, the organizers, the board, the founders, none of us set out to be diversified. It wasn't that we're like, oh, we're going to pick this person because of this or this person because of this. We actually came together because we were like-minded, that we have aligned values, that we have this amazing trust that we all have together within each other and for ourselves. We have this amazing experience, broad, diversified experience, from relationships to what we've been involved in. We want to help each other grow. We want to leave that legacy for each other and for all. And what an incredible, and to me, it gives me the chills that we can be the third multiracial bank in the country or in the world. I mean, that's amazing. And it's not because it's a hot topic. It's because that's who we are. And to be able to create something because of that is who we are, and make a history, and be able to build a community that isn't, quote, a group of this or a group of that, but that we're one, I think is pretty darn awesome. So that's what moves me. That's what excites me. And, you know, ironically, one of our board members was also one of the guys John Russell, that helped my family. And my dad to this day just kind of laughs and he's like, Vicky, I don't know how you did it, but you found the right people. And so if I hear that from my dad, because I am a daddy's girl, I always will be. I know I'm doing something right. So I'm really excited, beyond excited.
Thank you so much, Vicky. I hope our audience is gathering not only the tremendous opportunity, the exponential opportunity, right? Tom, Vicky, Mark, but also the deep purpose behind the institution we're creating, not only for this bank, but as a model for institutions in our country, as Vicky was saying, in our world that desperately needs it. And with that, really, I think of our kind of chief purpose officer and leader here, Mark Trebet, want to bring him on. You know, he's been a heart of soul of our team that is incredible, as Vicky was sharing. Mark, why did you come from banking, you're a leading academic, you're an entrepreneur, why the bank at this time? And, you know, maybe advance a little bit more also, you know, what we're trying to build for the long term here with Altos Bank. Mark?
Sure, sure. I'm really happy to be here today and get an opportunity to talk about Altos. It's definitely something that is super exciting to me. As Sanjeev mentioned, my career started in banking, which is really interesting. You kind of come full circle, right? My first job was at a community bank, and I got an opportunity to go out with lenders out into the world and kind of shake hands with these small businesses and understand them. And as a young person, you say, I want the world. So you leave that and you go on to bigger, you think, and better things. And so it's kind of interesting that the first job I had was probably the best thing that I've done in my career, right? So what I find exciting and interesting about this is that as a person of color in the United States, and working in the banking industry, I was always one of the few of color in the room, and I always thought that interesting and didn't understand, you know, um, why that it had to be that way. And so from that, though, I learned a lot, and I learned that people look at the world through their own experiences, and when you have the same people in the room with very similar backgrounds, they tend to look at the world the same way, and they go down a very specific path. What I find really interesting about this opportunity is this diverse group of people that we have with all these different experiences coming into the room, and recognizing not only our different perspectives, but also focusing in on this idea of small business. So as Tom mentioned, there are thousands of small businesses in the the Silicon Valley area, but there's hundreds of thousands throughout the country and millions in the world. And the world is run by small business, right? As a professor at Pepperdine, I actually work with a number of people that are either own their own business that is classified as a small business or work for one, the vast majority of my students. And the very same problems come up, right? My bank doesn't understand me. It doesn't understand my needs. I feel like I'm a secondhand citizen to my bank. And I think that we are engaging in something that will give people what they want, small businesses what they want and what they need. And I see, as a strategist, I see the long view being that we can operate in this space for years to come, for decades to come, and grow and expand this idea, this methodology, this approach to small businesses, not only in the Silicon Valley area, but throughout the state of California and even beyond. And so I keep that at the forefront of what I think about whenever we come together as a group. I keep that in the back of my mind. I keep thinking about us moving forward and growing and being this thing, helping these small businesses to get to where they want to go, right? As we know, funding is a barrier, right? And giving access to funding to these small businesses, understanding what their needs are, what their interests are, being intimately aware of the environments that they operate in, are all really important things that I think we at Altos Bank are going to deliver. The other thing that I find really interesting and that I think a lot about is I have had the great pleasure of working with some really smart people around the world. And from that, what I have kind of a three-pronged approach to anything that I'm willing to get involved in. I have to be working with really smart people who are results oriented, that I like. Those three things are the things that I need to have for me to be engaged in an opportunity. And I must say, I feel so great that we hit all three of those in our team. And we have talked about this. I've talked about this with several of our members. We want that to be kind of the through line, the golden thread that holds us together as we grow. We want to be smart, results oriented, good people. And if we can continue to do that, I think just success will just come to us in droves.
Thank
I
you
hope
so
I hit
much,
on.
Mark.
Yep.
You did, man, as did Vicky and Tom. And I'm going to come back to Tom to come back to more about the what and the how in 1 second, Tom. So I'm coming back to you. But let me just tell you all a little story that I will wrap up my own side. So when I was a doctoral student at Stanford, I started a chain of grocery stores, that small family business kind of orientation that Vicky and Mark were talking about. By the time, I was done, we had a chain of convenience stores, grocery stores from San Jose to San Francisco. And I would start my day at Stanford doing my classes, and then I would go to all of them. Well, one of them was in Palo Alto, right next to where First Republic opened its first branch, right next. I luckily enough, I was successful enough, blessed. I now own that property right next to First Republic. But I started that with my mother, who never graduated high school, obviously was a refugee. We were all together. She was as good a business person in the world, but she didn't have much formal skills and so forth. And I will say, even at that heady day when First Republic was first starting, and while many of us were drawn to banks like First Republic and Silicon Valley, they said no to us. And we were right next door to them. That's exactly not what we want to do. We want to be there for every single small business to tech entrepreneur, for nonprofit organizations, and bring the community and serve the community. But do so as you're getting, and this is where I want to go back to Tom, in the most advanced technological way with the highest level of touch and service. And that's really an incredible opportunity for us in terms of what Mark was saying about what it requires in terms of innovation, intelligence, creativity. That's what we have. And the team that we have with Tom, that he's building with our support, and the invitation to all of you is not only to be investors, depositors, so forth, consumers with our bank, but to be our members, to be part of this family that we're creating around Altos Bank. So with that, Tom, talk a little bit about the nuts and bolts. What are we doing in terms of the bank? We're raising $30 million. We're going to have $300 million plus minus, and walk people through, because a bank startup, people like, what is this thing? A lot of us have done startups of various kind, like Vicky and all of us, from the sort of very mom and pop to the high tech. But a bank, it's a little bit mysterious. So walk everybody through how we start up a bank.
So let me just say that excuse me, the only the major dimension that you might not be familiar with when you're engaged in your own startup is the dimension of the regulatory environment. So there's a whole group of regulators you need to deal with, and those regulators have been in a little trouble lately as a result of the tragedy of Silicon Valley Bank and First Republic. In fact, we submitted our license 2 months before the demise of Silicon Valley Bank, 4 months before the demise of First Republic. And that's kind of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, the regulators have heightened sensitivity now to every area of weakness. And on the other hand, it makes all kinds of very talented people available to us, and a whole slew of discontented clients available to us. So that's going to make scaling a little bit easier. The other thing that's going to make scaling a little easier for us is that we had the opportunity to vigorously explore core processing that would make us, that put us on the leading edge. Not the bleeding edge of banking, but the leading edge of banking, so that in fact, one of the questions that my director of operations would ask each vendor, he'd pick up his phone and he said, look, if your service cannot be provided on this phone, then you're not the vendor for us. And we went through a lot of vendors that way. So everything that we're going to be able to offer our clients, we're going to be able to offer it on a mobile device. So we really have looked at how to make payments and other aspects of banking as easy as possible. We are also looking at, we have a headquarters building in Los Altos, which puts us in the center of Silicon Valley so that we can have access to the clients from around the Bay Area, because we intend to be high touch, as Vicky mentioned earlier. So we're going to have a unique combination, I think, of the most advanced technology to run a bank, as well as accessibility. We also will have multilingual capabilities within our bank, delivered by individuals that have that mother tongue. Eventually, we'll have that multilingual advantage using artificial intelligence, but they're not quite there yet. So I'm really delighted with the tool set that we've been able to bring together that is really going to allow us to differentiate ourselves from all the other banks, given the technology that we're using, given the people that we're gathering together that are united in purpose, and given the fact of our location makes us so accessible.
Thank you so much, Tom. So I think for those of you like myself and like us who have been entrepreneurs here at home and around the world, it really takes leadership. It takes an incredible strategy, and it takes a deep culture, a culture of purpose. That's what success is, in addition to the incredible 3 factors of why we do what we do that Mark shared about smarts, results, and good people. So the opportunity is tremendous and exponential. As we said, what was once in a generation, now once in 100. The purpose and the community, the family that's assembled around this is unique and truly, truly transformative. We are going to be the 3rd multiracial minority designated bank in the United States. And as Tom was mentioning, the ability then to go from Altos Bank in Silicon Valley to, we believe, Southern California, across the country, and potentially around the world, but always keeping true as we scale, right, Tom, that we don't go the way of the big multinational. We always are first about our people, our communities, our small business, our entrepreneurs. So this is why Silicon Valley, Anand and colleagues, friends, brothers and sisters, needs a new bank, and what we're trying to do, and we hope that you'll join us. We're raising about $30 million. We have more than half of it in. We're really going off with this is an opportunity to join us in this incredible journey. So thank you again, Anand, and everyone, for giving us a little time.
Oh, Sanjeev, I'm not going to let you off the hook so easily. None of you. I just want to kind of, since we shared a little background, you guys shared a little background. I want to say that I started my journey in traditional banks. I worked for 3 of the largest money center banks in the country. My inspiration for joining banking was my older brother, who at the time was a specialty lender in Long Island and did all the large loans for Citibank. So within the business and professional group. And I was amazed at, how this team operated, because they were community lenders. And they would walk into a business at 9 o'clock in the morning, and by 6 p.m. that night, they would have a term sheet sent back to them in saying, here's what we can do for you. Obviously, this is pre the centralization of underwriting. So these guys were actually underwriting loans. So this inspired me, and it really led me to actually stay on in banking, of which I had no interest at the time. My interest at that time was much, much more diverse. What I would say to you is that, I heard a few things that people mentioned and said. Community bankers tend to have long-term relationships, right? But that long-term relationship is based on a trust which comes from training and being able to educate the small business owner. A bank which such as yours, which is now talking about lending, which has been a no-no word in banking since the 90s. Really, most money center banks have looked at any kind of lending process and said, yeah, no, unless they're giving up their house and then, the first kid and maybe the second one too. So it's a really refreshing change to see that you guys are actually committed to creating a multifaceted relationship based approach. We went from a banking environment where cross-sell was important, leading with credit was important to solidify that relationship, to saying we just want checking deposits and we want fee income and we could care less about anything else. And to get a little bit more technical, and this question goes to you, Tom. We understand, from the banking side of it, that there is a net interest margin, and that net interest margin is obviously the difference between your deposits and your loans. But then there's also the net interest income side of it, which is your borrowing. And that could be from the Fed or it could be from other sources. Currently, the Fed rates are what, 5.5. The prime rates are 8.5. That gives you a 3% margin. Is that a margin that you would be able to take and not go down in the ratios that Silicon Valley and First Republic did? And just to kind of add in, I don't want to leave Signature Bank out. They were in the same boat. So so let's keep the three of them together.
The trifecta.
That's right, the trifecta. And we've seen that the Fed, is not necessarily really good at managing banks, or actually managing what happens to branches, or managing what happens to small businesses. In Signature's case, they went to Flagstaff, said, "Here you go, here's your new bank." Flagstaff is now going under, from most indications. And so now, again, a business owner is now not only one step behind, but now two steps behind. And because their checks still say Signature Bank, their branch is actually Flagstone, but they know they're going to a third bank. So it's a really complicated thing. So how do you manage profitability? And that has been the key side for most banks walking away since the pullback of the SBA product, especially the low doc programs and the 504 programs. So talk a little bit, Tom, about how you are going to bridge this gap, which most commercial banks and money center banks have just walked away from.
Okay. That's an excellent question. And if you don't mind, I'll divide it into two parts. First, I would like to go with your observation that underwriting was centralized sometime in the 1990s. And you're absolutely right, it was, which then caused a divorce, if you will, between the small business and the very large bank. And there wasn't a direct engagement between the underwriter and small business. That's not the type of banking that I've been engaged in. So the relationship managers that are actually engaging with the businesses, like Vicky had described of her own family business, they will be underwriters. So they will engage in understanding the business, understanding the business model, understanding the risk and rewards of that business, and underwrite to those. So that our underwriting will be done on a very local level, not by a specialized group, but by the representative of the bank itself. So underwriting will be done by the relationship managers who have had those relationships for 4, 6, 8, 10 years. One more thing about that relationship. Previously, at Silicon Valley Bank, when you got promoted, your portfolio was transferred to the next junior guy. We're not going to do that. If you get promoted, you take your portfolio with you, thereby enforcing that idea that relationship is a relationship business and that relationship will be of long duration. So I think that's really important. I also think it's important for the relationship manager or the person promoted to stay connected to the marketplace. And you do that by maintaining your portfolio. So that's kind of one side of the business. My mentor and a former CEO of Silicon Valley Bank, the CEO before the great demise, wrote an article for the Wall Street Journal, and he made it really clear that it wasn't the relationship managers, it was not the loan portfolio, it wasn't even the source of deposits that caused the problem at Silicon Valley Bank. The problem was caused by 4 people in a room making bad decisions about how to maximize the profitability of the bank at the expense of its safety and soundness. So that was a Wall Street Journal editorial that he wrote. And he wanted to absolve all of the relationship managers of any responsibility for the demise because they were not responsible. It was 4 people trying to maximize the treasury return that caused the difficulty there. It's not too dissimilar at First Republic. So, but we are starting out. One of our advantages is that we have no legacy portfolio. We have no 2% or 3% loans for 20 years. We have no long-term securities. We don't have any of that. So we're going to be starting with a fresh balance sheet. We will be enjoying the Fed funds rate of 5% with all of our excess deposits. So just one more thing about this big mistake that these banks made. I was on the board of a small bank in LA. I still am. It's a very enriching experience. When we were looking to make the same decisions that Silicon Valley Bank was making about whether we go long-term on these securities with this excess cash that we have or not, and we decided not to. We decided it was much better to go overnight with the Fed for 25 basis points. That's 1/4%. And we suffered that low interest rate for a couple of years because we did not want to take the risk of going long term with money that could be required by our depositors in the short term. So we made the right decision. A bank of about $500 million. They made the wrong decision, a bank 100 times larger. And so that's how I would look to avoid the mistakes of the past that we can learn from. So we will stay much closer to the client. We will manage our short-term demands with our short-term investments. And we won't maximize the return perhaps, but we will be safe and sound going forward.
So
No,
if I could just
yeah, go ahead.
one last thing, Anand, just to say, we talk a lot about ESG. We talk about all these things. And I hope that what people are saying, and I know because we've talked about this, that we're practicing what we preach here at Altos Bank. And
Yes.
Tom's answer to your very astute technical question is how we're doing that in terms of managing the risk, but also ensuring that we are advancing the full community orientation while doing well as a bank, right, Tom, Mark, Vicky? We want to do well, and we want others to join us and do well. Our investors, our depositors, those who take money from us, loans and so forth. But we're looking for the long term, and that's the big difference.
And one of the things that comes across from your sense of community is also the sense that I feel that each employee within your bank will be treated as if they are valued. One of the frustrations that bankers have had over the years, right, is becoming expendable. I worked at Fleet. It was Fleet was a very different bank than from Citi, where we had a very strong sense of community. If you were a Citi banker, you considered yourself. It didn't matter whether others did. You considered yourself the best banker on the street because you were trained. Because you were trained, you were valued, and your decision making was valued. You had credit initials. You had the ability to be able to take that one customer who all of a sudden had a mistake and overdrew their accounts, and to be able to actually help that person. Or a series of accounts or mistakes where a payroll processor processes on the wrong day. And these are micro issues, but these are the issues that small business cares about. Because now if they have 100 employees and 100 checks have now bounced, they are going to be hit not only with the embarrassment of not paying their employees, but also with so much fees that they probably won't be able to make their payroll. So to be able to bring back a banker that actually knows what they're doing, but also is empowered and is valued within the organization is what I'm getting from what you guys are saying. And correct me if I'm wrong on this. And anybody who wants to expand on this, jump in.
No, we'll go to Tom, but absolutely, people matter to us, Anand, and that includes we don't even think about their staff; they're a part of our family, right, Tom? Over to you. How about
the relationship management structure that we are putting in place requires the relationship manager to be well acquainted with their portfolio companies. And that requirement is systemic in that we have meetings on deposits and meetings on loans and in the view of the entire portfolio. So there will be no lapses in knowing who your clients are. So, and the clients are not necessarily owned by the relationship manager, they're owned by the bank. So there's going to be a lot of intermingling of responsibilities. And in fact, it's one of what I'm told by former First Republic Bank employees, what they miss the most is the lack of collaboration. And formerly, no matter whose client it was, they got the best client service because everybody took ownership for delivering that best client service. And we look at recreating the same thing. I have one more comment I want to make, and that is generally the biggest risk of any startup bank is the ability to scale, the ability to attract new clients or to generate a story that's strong enough to make them want to switch banks. I believe that we have solved that through all of the talent in the marketplace today available to us to recruit people with established portfolios that understand banking, that with deep banking experience. A lot of these people are available to us, and we are talking to, that's my number one job, is recruiting these people with relationships and with deep knowledge of banking that can deliver the services as we envision them delivered universally across the community.
And that comes, to my last question for you folks is that, we've seen some startup banks here and there. There has always been kind of a disjointed effort. Either they're lagging in technology or they're lagging in physical touch, or there's a combination of other elements that are not presenting the bank in its best light. And that I would say to you is largely the story with most small and startup banks across the U.S. Technology, as you guys have pointed out, is a key impact factor. Not only is it beneficial for the clients, it's beneficial for the bank. It reduces costs, but it also gives the ability to increase touch. So talk a little bit about your technology vision. You touched on it a little bit, but the technology vision, I think, is what brings together everything. I mean, going back to, why did Citibank become Citibank? Because they had ATM machines, or they had a direct access product, which was the first business banking software that was available for small business, these were the things that John Reed looked at and said, this is how we're going to be the best bank, even though they didn't have the most amount of branches and they didn't have the most amount of footprint across, but everybody knew what Citibank was, even though they were largely only in New York, Connecticut, California, small markets in general, but it felt like Citibank was this behemoth.
Mm-hmm. So let me go to Mark and Vicky, and then you end up with you, Tom, and then we'll wrap up on this. But I just want to say, right, Mark, Vicky, for us as board members and investors and co-founders, the high touch, high tech, touch tech, that's all we talk about. That's all we discuss. That's all we work with Tom and team about. The people we pick, the vendors, as Tom has mentioned, everything we do, right? So Mark, first to you on this question from Anand.
Sure. I think it's a great question, Anand, and I love your knowledge of the banking environment. You're really in touch with it, and the biggest thing that we've thought about, like Sanjeev has said, is we've focused on touch and tech all the way through. Small business, small banks, they're really, really good at getting to know you and knowing your family and what your business is about, but they can't bring you the technology that you need to do your business at the scale that you want to do it. And we keep that at the forefront, and we want to be that. And it sounds almost simple, but banks have decided we're going to focus heavily on tech or we're going to focus heavily on relationships, and not that you can do both. And I think we are trying to do that. And I think it's a real gap that we will fill and differentiate us in the market space.
And Vicky, before we go to Tom.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. You know, and I find myself a lot of times thinking, I think I've made this comment before in our board meetings, is that this comes back from my experience in the multifamily office space, that also have private equity firms and venture and that are international. The high touch is vital and it is demanded, and that network and that marketplace has learned to expect it. And then there's other marketplaces that don't even know it exists. Some of these smaller businesses, some different, may put it as minority groups or however, like there's different people and groups that don't even know it exists. And so bringing that touch and bringing that piece of humanity to all groups is vital for us. And I think at the same time, the technology is important because that's our future. I mean, we're not going backwards with that technology piece, and people are wanting to have quick and immediate access. And it's frustrating for people when they can't, you know, if there's something wrong with their wires, or, you know, Stephen Chang, our founder, we always kind of joke about it is that, hey, he's moving money all the time and he has all these accounts. He may have like 50 different accounts and sometimes doesn't know when what accounts move into this account to that account, money moving across the board, and how important it is to just make sure that as a small business owner, or even if you're in the tech world, wherever you're at, that the bank is going to be covering you as that money is moving. And that you're not going to be pinged and penalized. So I would say that the high touch I think is who we all are. And I think that is absolutely vital, and bringing it from the expectation and the demand to also those that don't even know it exists. And then having that, like you've said, really trying to do a lot of that, the banking for people that want to do it on their phone, because there's generational issues. You know, there's different generations that are doing different things, and to continue to grow and to continue to touch that marketplace that is that younger generation that wants everything on their phone and that doesn't want to come into a brick and mortar. We have to be able to have them be able to open up accounts, be able to apply for a loan, be able to reach out to get customer service, etc. So that's my thoughts, Sanjeev.
So
thank you. I'm going to go over to Tom.
So there's some irony in the fact that in order to be able to deliver high touch, you need time. And there's a little bit of irony involved here, is that technology is what's going to give us the time to have the luxury to have high touch. So let me give you just two quick examples. In our technology, you open up an account or a number of accounts, you will enter your name and your address and identifying information one time, or we will do it and it'll be one time. I just opened up my fourth 401k with one of the large investment banks. 4 times I had to enter in my name, social security, identifying address, 4 different times. How ridiculous that is given today's technology. So getting rid of those friction points give us more time to be high touch. One more example. A small business person once has an accounts receivable line of credit. Those are very common. We'll be doing a good number of those. The current system is they send in their accounts receivable aging, and somebody spends hours doing an analysis of it and getting delivered, and then resulting in a borrowing base. Well, there is technology available to us where we can actually have the entire general ledger accounts receivable borrowing base dumped into a portal, have artificial intelligence spend 20 minutes on it and deliver us a borrowing base certificate in alignment with the business loan agreement that was made at the onset. And that saves us hours. And during those hours, we can have the touch. which gives us the understanding of what exactly is going on today in the business. What can we anticipate for tomorrow? We can anticipate how we might be of service to that company even before they recognize the need. And so it's ironic that it's the technology that will give us the opportunity to have more touch.
Well, with
I
that
know we have to
tone-
stop. Could I just say two last things? I think for us, the last really quick things is that, you know, we all talk about digital transformation, right? That's what it is, right? But what happens is that people put the digital first and forget about the transformation. For us, transformation is the forefront. That's the purpose. It's the service. It's the touch. And the digital is the means. But we keep that very much. The last thing I just say, us as board members, you can tell how actively engaged we are. We're involved in, while giving Tom and the team all the empowerment, the staff, this is something that we are very much on top of. So whether it's managing the upsides and exponential opportunity or ensuring that we minimize our risk and manage our risk, we are all a team. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And thank you.
So thank you everybody for hopping on. I think that also Spank has a great vision, and I think that sometimes going back to basics is what is absolutely necessary to reset a community, an industry, and an entire world which has made widgets the central point of success instead of relationships. And with that, again, thank you. I couldn't be happier to have you here. And I can say that this vision will definitely spread and apply across California, across the US, and possibly across the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anand.
So much, everybody.
Thank you.
everyone. Okay, hello, Adrian. We are changing to the next panel. Thank you very much. And do you hear me? I see Mark is on mute. Adrian is on mute. I have an apology from the mayor from Beverly Hills and from City Council from LA. They were detained in another meeting. So I apologize that this both could not join our discussion right now. So it's basically the politicians are missing. We are only here. So I would like to give Mark first to introduce himself, and then Adrian to introduce himself, and then we start the discussion.
Thank you very much. So my name is Mark Terrell. Thank you, Carl, for inviting me, and hello to my fellow panelists as well. My background is a technology entrepreneur and strategist. So I did my PhD work in collective intelligence way back when. Until I created my first software company in my mid-20s, and I took it public on the London Stock Exchange back in 2006. I became associated with the World Economic Forum as first of all a technology pioneer in 2008 and then a young global leader in 2010. So we might talk about those later, but those are two WEF communities that you get nominated into. And I'm also one of the founders of the Davos community, which is now about 6,000 people strong overall, that do side events, organize side events, attend side events in Davos as well. Currently, I'm working on AI software for government organizations and for for-profit companies. And that company is based in Switzerland. And I personally am Canadian by birth, grew up in England, and I live in Berlin. And there we go. That's me.
Thank you very much, Mark. And Adrian, could you please present yourself?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Carl, for the intro. I'm Adrian, born and bred in Davos. My family is there since a couple of centuries, actually. I studied at HSG Economics and at Harvard Business School in Boston. And I'm currently active as an angel investor, mostly in AI startups and also strongly in the real estate industry, both in Switzerland, Davos, but also in Germany, investing and developing buildings. And also I'm working with responsible for the tech portfolio of a large real estate fund based in Augsburg in Germany.
Thank you very much. And this panel is about urban development, influences from decisions, and basically how it was meant also to discuss Los Angeles, the Olympics, as the people are planning the Olympics. They didn't join our meeting, but they will later on give us a written explanation, and we will put this in the post from this discussion. So during this discussion, I have to just rearrange my questions because obviously the Los Angeles questions, which were meant to be the start questions, I have to overjump. So when we go to the specific developments, right now in Davos, there was an election, a vote, which was basically putting some restriction on side events and were done for the community to make the World Economic Forum more sustainable. And of course, every community has the right to determine themselves and to do their own decisions. And we as guests, we have to see and behave friendly and so on. I would like to start with the first question to Adrian. So basically, and probably Adrian or Mark, who wants to take it first? When we see, one second. I apologize. So we see that, for example, events like the sport event in Los Angeles Olympics or the World Economic Forum or any G7 meeting, these are highly important events. And there are, of course, often some conflicts between what is good for the community and what is good for the world. Is there an ethical justification to prioritize, for example, the global need for diverse viewpoints and diverse political and speaking by meetings like the World Economic Forum, a G7 meeting? Is how is it ethical to combine this with the need of the community? So how far has a community responsibility versus the world need or their own need? Probably Adrian, can you start with it? And Mark, you can chime in.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. I think it's quite a tough question, and I'm not sure if it's by its nature purely an ethical question. In Switzerland, it's quite the first question would be who decides, and also, I mean, who owns Davos? You could ask, yeah. And I think according to the Swiss system of direct democracy, it is clear that legally, not even ethically, the inhabitants of Davos have certain rights which they're entitled to. And based on these rights, they can provoke a vote on any topic which is in the legal framework. And that was the case also with this vote regarding the WEF. So that's purely legal. Now, the other question is from a point beyond, how much should they look at the bigger world and should consider these interests as well? And I would say the more they do, the better, because we all have to be open these days. But on the other hand, there are legitimate concerns from the people in Davos that say, okay, enough is enough. This is what we can do. But we are a small city of 12,000 inhabitants. And if suddenly you have 50, 70, 80,000 people here, it's too much. So it's really about balancing these different interests. And our direct democratic system in Switzerland gives the local people a lot of power to decide on their own fate. And I think rightly so. we will talk later if this specifically was the right decision. That's another question, and I have my dedicated opinion there. But in general and theoretically, they have this right, and I think it's good that they have it.
Mark, what is your opinion? Basically, how much is a community responsible for the greater good of the world kind, and how much they have to the right for self-determination? We see that this is only put on Davos as an example, as a good case study, but of course it expands in third world countries, expects in a lot of things. It basically, when there is a water dam building and we ask a whole city to move out because we just flood their homes with water for green energy. I mean, what right they have versus a nation right, or like there is thousands of examples. It's just like nice for this academic discussion to put it on Davos with the WEF, which is a really important event, and the side events, which are really important, which you with Davos organize. And in how far you think it has to be balanced, and what are the implications?
So, I mean, I agree with what Adrian says is quite important, at least for Switzerland as a concept. So Switzerland has a very special place in global democracy because it really does have very local type of determination, which isn't the case if, for example, one of the larger countries say, well, okay, we're going to take over this resort for the G7. Not the same thing. When the World Economic Forum does a deal with China to do an event in Dalian or Tianjin, totally different thing. So I think Switzerland does have a very special place in this overall argument. But then I think, I mean, as I read this thing, as you sort of look at the sort of, is it okay to have a discussion around the future of the world? Well, sure, why not? I mean, just like you can have a conversation around hockey or sport or different types of cheese. So having discussions are important. I think if we look at the nature of this type of conversation, and maybe there's a difference in conversation between discussing, let's say, the needs for water and food security versus Ukraine security conference. Different levels, because they have different levels of impact. I think also if we look at the nature of, let's say, in this case, World Economic Forum versus a community. So World Economic Forum members are literally paid up. So their member companies, quite often as members, pay 250,000 Swiss francs per year just to be a member. And then if they're allowed to have a ticket, they can then pay a further 30,000 francs to have a ticket. But that's their members. Now, the town of Davos is a free town. There's no restrictions on who can go into the town. There's also no restrictions on the community. There are actually a multitude of communities. I think I counted when I last was, let's say, making some numbers. There's at least 50 distinct, separate communities that will be in this sort of 1 week in this Davos town. And that's just in the outside world, not even within the forum. So there is no sort of common mass. There's no whatever dictate that can be given to every single person that falls in the following. This isn't North Korea and their version of whatever, Communist Party. Even if that might be desired by some people, it's not. So should these conversations be held? Yes, they need to be held somewhere. I think if we just look at this without thinking about what is the benefit to the community and what are the downsides, I think that's very, very fair. But these conversations needs to be held somewhere. And who are we to say, decide, like, this is the main thread for the conversation and we'll just ignore all of the other voices? I think as a town, Davos itself has been fairly welcoming over the years and has been able to stretch the capacity. I mean, albeit maybe if the World Economic Forum week had at least a major ice hockey tournament at the same time, then everybody would be happier. Possibly, yes. But so, I mean, these conversations need to take place anywhere. And I'm sure if the townspeople of Davos had said no, the World Economic Forum would have just picked another place and the side event world would have followed. Absolutely for sure.
So basically, generally, right of self-determination versus right for the greater good. Was it met with in Davos right now? Just straight yes or no answer. Adrian.
I would say definitely yes, and like Mark said, the inhabitants of Davos have played alongside with the WEF quite well in the past years, and they continue, I'm sure, continue to do so. So yes, they have their legal rights. They get information. We discuss if they get the right information to take their decisions, because that's the alpha and omega of a good direct democracy, that people are well informed, or you could even say educated. If that's not the case, the decisions might not be right in the empiric sense. But I would say it has gone well in the past, and I'm quite positive that it's going to continue like that.
Thank you.
And I say yes as well. I mean, I think given that it's in Davos, it's been there for 50 years, almost everybody that comes wants to come back again. Many people that rent out their place, they want to come back again. So I think if it wasn't good, if people didn't get value, if they felt that they were badly treated and anything else, there would have been a movement to kick out the WEF. It wouldn't have been about, let's say, I mean, after all, this Davos law that was just passed is the most pro-WEF explicitly sort of law that they could have possibly passed. So it's not as though they don't want it at all.
They want it, exactly. And this guides exactly to the next questions. So if the vote is so much in favor for the World Economic Forum, and it hinders a little bit the side events, is there a risk? And this question I start with Mark as a YGL. So is there a risk that you feel that other opinions, which maybe not be heard, or which the WEF wouldn't have time to address, which were addressed in the outskirts, will be now silenced, and there is more a monovision? Or do you think that the monovision is not a problem, and the internal structure will avoid such a problem?
So I actually see this, what this law is doing is that it will increase the number of side events. It will increase the diversity of side events significantly in 25 and beyond. So rather than doing any form of narrowing down of the conversation, it's increased it. But the reason why is quite a weird one. What it's now done is the WEF partner companies who know how much it's worth to be a WEF member and know how much it's worth to be there, they're getting, if you like, first rights on the properties on the promenade. Now, there are countries like Belgium and Saudi Arabia that have been investing in it as newcomers. There are corporations that are doing this. This just comes in more and more and more. So we don't see so far people disappearing. In fact, the only real impact that I can tell so far that's material is that there were Indian states that were there en masse. Those are it's actually fundamentally, it's Indians. This is, if you want to characterize a law, this is basically an anti-Indian state law, because it now forces, as part of the extra rule, which isn't a voted on rule, but it's the WEF interpretation, they don't allow more than 2 venues per country. And that means that it's state of India plus a conglomerate gathering area. So it basically stops Indians to go there. Now, that just meant that Indian organizations were a little bit more entrepreneurial when they were there. But what's going to happen then is all of these spaces, they're quite expensive. Many of the countries or companies are very entrepreneurially minded, and they need to give people a reason to go. If they have sponsors, they need to give something of value to their sponsors. And fundamentally, Davos is a platform to give people voices. But if we look at it technically, there's about 30 hours of programming that each of these venues can have. Historically, this used to be effectively the cigar room where people could have private meetings. But over the last 10 years, it's fundamentally changed. All of these spaces are event spaces. And that means you can have up to 30 hours of programming. That means, I mean, if maybe let's just say half the time is there's 15 hours, 5 people per time. This means every single venue needs to have between 50 and 100 speakers. They need some topics. So instead of, let's say, narrowing down the debate, which may have been one of the desired goals, even if it wasn't espoused, in fact, I believe it's going to do the opposite. I think it's actually increasing the number of opportunities that people have to speak on all kinds of different topics. partially just to get a return on investment from the space, and it actually creates the space for more voices rather than less.
So, in summary, you mean that by restricting the larger build-outs from non-WEF members and by allowing still smaller side events, which were more diversified, so basically it was a power shift from money to content, which the vote was doing.
Well, the thing is that the money will still be spent. So it didn't even move the money around. It just meant that now there's a bunch of, let's say, I mean, it's taken out, I think, some of the tech companies that are, let's say, almost too new to be on the web radar. So it's taken them out. The Indian states really were never there for Davos to contribute, from my perspective, to the global conversation. They were there to basically for whatever internal Indian political purposes. And that's why most of their venues were totally empty. So I see there as being actually now a shift that some of those venues, which would have been, let's say, booked for some small stage that still had 250 million people, I then see that this will then create more of a platform to have this sort of, again, diversity, because you need content to justify doing it. So,
yeah.
I don't know what you think, Adrian. I mean, you see these things as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I hope, Mark, that your words will turn out to be prophetic, so that the side events continue. But I'm not sure this is going to happen, at least in the short term, because the system has to get adjusted and adapted to the new situation. But midterm, I have the same view as you have. In general, I'm quite disappointed or even sad about the outcome of this vote, of this popular vote. But not because I think the people of Davos that the vote was wrong, but because I believe and I know that they were misinformed. So exactly what should not happen in a democracy. They got one-sided information, and they thought if they vote to abandon these very negative and negatively tagged side events, it's getting calmer and they are less impacted by the WEF. But that's not true. And the reason for that, we all know, is a totally different one. It's really, and I know that from different sources, that the quality of the official program has deteriorated and decreased significantly over the last years. So I heard people that told me that important meetings, the rooms are half full or half empty. And the CEO speeches oftentimes are very boring because they only say scripted things and are afraid that the stock prices react if they say a little bit something wrong. And that's what we experience globally these days, because the media and some algorithms are so fast in picking up any wrong word. And also that's happening on the official side of the World Economic Forum. As a consequence of this, of course, there were side events, and these side events got even more interesting than the main event. And of course, this is not liked by the official organizers of the WEF. But in my view, it's totally wrong to you cannot improve your own quality by punishing others who challenge you. I think the right way is to accept competition with open arms and to use it to improve yourself. And that's a big chance Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum have not taken yet. But I'm sure that the economic pressures coming from that will lead to a change in the leadership of the World Economic Forum as well. Mm-hmm. And they will recognize that it's actually an honor for them, and that it shows that they have a good quality if others come and kind of offer an additional perspective. Summarizing that, I think a monopoly, or Carl said a monovision, everything with mono is not good. We know that from macroeconomics, because quality goes down and innovation goes down.
I'm totally in patents, and so I like mono.
Well, we can debate it with the big tech companies. Maybe that's different, but I definitely believe that for events such as the World Economic Forum, it should be much more diverse. And actually, we have seen in the last years, also with the efforts of Mark, how much the diversity has generated enthusiasm in Davos, and how many people came because of the diversity. And I think it's really, really sad if that's at least short term.
Yeah,
it should happen less.
But it was exactly the amount of people, which was also increasing the pricing to a high level, so that security people had to stay farther away, and it was a track on the infrastructure. And I ask this again because we use Davos as an example for the other events in other worlds. And so the track on the infrastructure, do you think it could have been handled in another way when it would have been over the years more sustainable done, and just not only temporary buildings, but buildings which stay, which basically a plan to build out Davos continuously to accommodate such events instead of having always knockdown, build up? What is your opinion there?
Of course, yeah. But by the way, that's what is being done. I mean, that's the model that is more and more applied in Davos. But on your first point, I don't think it's a pricing issue or pricing question, because, also as Mark said, the inflow will not decrease, I think, of people and events. So prices will not go down as a consequence of this, and it wasn't designed neither for that purpose. But the infrastructure point is a very good one, and we can indeed could profit a lot by cooperating with the WEF and also other players more than we did in the past.
Mark, I'm interested on your point. I follow Digital.Davos quite closely, the Davos group, and there I see that basically the community is also shaming people which don't recycle and are not substantially correctly working. And I know that I see on your smile that you're also proud on it. So can you speak a little bit about this?
In the same way that venues end up having male-only panels in this 2025-20 world are just ridiculous. So I think that it is, for me, absolutely acceptable to pick out these major corporations that whatever say, I mean, they do an event in Davos, whatever, Accenture talks about how green they are, and then this stuff goes into landfill. I mean, what the actual fuck? So I think this is perfectly fine to call these people out, because, to be honest, if we don't call them out in Davos, nobody's ever going to call them out properly. And at least this thing does have impact. And I do see that, but if we try to almost sort of take a step back, so I mean, I'd separate venues from accommodation, because they're sort of different things regarding the impact on the city and the infrastructure for a city. If we look at the venues, the biggest sort of the most unsustainable venue organizers, owners in Davos are WEF strategic partners by miles. So the Palantirs of the world, their scaffolding alone costs 750,000 francs for the setup and takedown. So it's the WEF partners that are to blame. Never was the side event world, by the way. So I think then having restrictions on those, because they genuinely cause infrastructure problems in the town during Christmas, during ski season build-up, et cetera, et cetera. So I mean, I think there are issues there. But actually, another point that I just want to make is that we can talk about, let's say, the impact on sort of stopping side events. The thing is that actually isn't what the law says properly. What it does is it restricts who is allowed to have the master contract to spaces, and it gives the WEF separately then a second right of refusal that will take place. But the hotels have still got broad remit. A number of other venues still have broad remit, and those venues, once they're signed up, will have a broad remit to do the side events that they want. So I think it is genuinely was a very, very bad idea, this restraint of trade, picking one over the other. I think all of this stuff is really bad. However, at the end of the day, it will have not just no influence negatively, but I think it actually has in contrast, it actually has a positive benefit for the town of Davos overall, and for side events and for the WEF, because it gives us certainty that the WEF is very likely to be here for 5 years.
Okay,
which wasn't the case, which was not the case beforehand. So instead of people saying, "Oh my God, I don't know what's going to happen," but okay, here are the rules, because you end up with the world's best entrepreneurs, the world's best money, all hanging around with the world's best ideas and insights. Well, of course they're going to figure out a way. They're not children.
Adrian, I have a question. So I was living in Switzerland for a long time, and I quite understand how deep-rooted the democratic process in Switzerland is, and how deep-rooted it is, the concept of fairness. I mean, the Swiss culture with the heroes from Winkelried to everyone have basically fighting tyranny, being their own men, and so on. My question is, how fair was an election when a bigger company threatens to leave? Of course, every private company has a reason to leave. When I want to build a Tesla facility in one city, and the city says, sorry, we don't want you there, I say, these are my demands. I need so much land. I need so much electricity. And they say, okay, sorry, we don't want to give it to you. I say, like, okay, I find somebody who wants me. But now there's a difference. It was an ongoing business relationship already done. And it was, we will leave like this. And there was a threat to leave when this is not done. So do you think this threat was impacting the vote? Number one, was it a vote which was directed just on information that, I mean, it had to change when I see Davos in the summer. I mean, so many stores empty, so many restaurants closed. I mean, the city has to be vitalized and have a diversity in business functions. So what do you think was a threat for Davos and the impact on the election from the WEF and the impact on the election? And when you compare it, Mark, later on to other examples around the world would be also good. If we start with Adrian.
Yeah, unfortunately, Davos is too small to do post-voting polls or analysis. So what I'm saying is only guessing. I have no hard data, but I think that the first reason why they voted like this was not a threat, but it was like really their aim, their idea to diminish the infrastructure problems, and I think that was the main reason, and the threat was kind of in the air, but it, to my knowledge, was not openly mentioned. It was kind of behind the scenes a little bit, and yeah, this threat was maybe there, but definitely
I was
not.
referring to an article at the famous Swiss newspaper Blick. Sorry.
Yes.
Which was saying it was done because of the threat. Please continue.
Okay, so now even hypothetically, if this threat had been in people's minds or even on top of their minds, I think first of all, it's the WEF's organization's right to say they want to leave Davos. Yeah, so it's and even if it were a bit of a power game, it's their good right to use it. Yeah, and to say okay, we stay in Davos if A, B, C, D, E criteria are met, and if not, we go to Dubai or whatever. Yeah, if this is pokering or if it's really meant like that is another question. Yeah, I think the history and the cooperation between the WEF and Davos is so long and so intense, and people don't only come to Davos because of the WEF, but also because of the beautiful mountains, the air, and the great infrastructure. It's not so easy to replicate that in another place. And also this episode we had in the Waldorf Astoria, New York, what I heard was not so successful. So people preferred Davos over New York. I think I wouldn't say it's unfair. It's just a power game, and in that case, probably both think they have won. Yeah, the voters of Davos think they have won because they believe there might be less traffic in the future. I doubt that this is going to be the case, but probably they believe that. And the WEF sees itself as a victor in this because they have more control on the participants, which is a Pyrrhus victory, I think. But that we'll see later in future years.
Mark?
Yeah, and I think sort of the community has won as well because it gives certainty to the place.
Yeah.
And has now created many more venues that need extra content, that need more people, and. So I think that it's no, I don't believe that the WEF was strategically figuring out all of this stuff. I think they just picked out something, or I thought, oh, we can get this thing. But I do see that I believe it was a poorly designed law. I can't see that the law actually will have any of the positive impacts that the law claims to have in practice. It does nothing about the traffic whatsoever. It does nothing about long-term prosperity of the town and keeping shops open whatsoever. In fact, I mean, it's a bad law. Not just the restraint to trade and the principle in this, but it was just a badly designed law. Now, I think then probably if people had more information, had been better informed, if it hadn't been 1 month while people were on holidays to actually allow people to have discussions, that was okay. But this was a law that was pretty much passed by unanimous consent. It was always going to get passed. There weren't even sort of whatever young people motivated enough to be there because they were on holiday or they were working in other parts of Switzerland. So right now, I think the WEF and the city timed their law perfectly. At the same time, ultimately, it doesn't make a difference. So it's a stupid law. It's just stupid. So I mean, it's fine that people voted for a stupid law. They're perfectly allowed and have a right to do that. But it doesn't make any difference to our use of apartments. It doesn't make any difference to the use of roads. I mean, nothing. It's stupid.
I mean, I would like to put it in a more global consent because I'm interested, like, what basically this is a big academic field experiment. We see a law passes. It was designed to reduce and make it more substantial, and we see the effectiveness now over 2 years. Such an experiment, when you would do it as a PhD student at UCLA or USC, I mean, we could not even afford to run such an experiment. I mean, this is a perfect experiment, how that basically how somebody tries to get out of a shackle and a threat and restart economy. So saying this, Adrian, do you see, and when we see it like this, that there was an economical problem before, and when you compare it to other mega events in cities, what do you see as a landowner? What are your thoughts about mega events in a city, be it like big trade shows, be it like music festivals, basically where you have a peak time and then a long of downtime where you have less people visiting the cities and a whole other consumption. Mark, please help me.
Consumption.
Thank you very much. You know me. Other consumption pattern. So, Adrian, what do you think is, because you have a lot of properties and merchandising your property is one of the things how a real estate investor makes money. So what is your view?
Yeah, of course. It's double sided. You know, I'm actually living in close to Munich, and if you take in Munich, for example, the Oktoberfest, so it generates 1 billion on the Wiesn on the Oktoberfest alone, and then 1 further billion in para hotellery and side events during the Oktoberfest. And obviously, the Oktoberfest is economically extremely important for the city of Munich. But it's not an economic risk because Munich has 50 other events, although not as big like the Oktoberfest, but of similar size, and therefore the risk is hedged and diversified. Now, Davos is a totally different story because it has only 12,900 inhabitants, actually the same today as 50 years ago. So the local population did not grow. But we have this one mega event only, the World Economic Forum, and the rest is I wouldn't say desert, but it's definitely event desert, you could call it. I mean, we have tourism, we have skiing, we have hockey and other, we have sports, but event-wise, it's really this one big event WEF, and then some other much smaller events. And economically, of course, the WEF is very important for the local population, also for the real estate developers and owners, because jointly with the WEF we can create great things. We can renovate the infrastructure, and that's definitely good for Davos. But there is also a huge downside to it, and the downside is that innovation decreases. And if you go through Davos outside of the WEF, you see that I don't know, 20-30% of the stores are empty around the year, because as you mentioned earlier, there's just one purpose a year, and these are these 10 WEF days where you have full house. But for the rest of the year, people are not. It's getting very difficult to lease commercial buildings, and that's the downside. And therefore, so what's the recipe of success in this situation? I strongly believe that we should continue with events like the WEF, but we should do more of these and others, and to diversify and not to be dependent on this just one event.
So to become a congress city with a lot of events, I mean, you are already a congress city, but of course you have one event which has an extremely high pool and the other ones are really smaller. Were there any thoughts for you and to create a other alternative economy, like when you merchandise your locations to be more diversified, or was it more
Absolutely.
driven by the economy? Can you
No,
elaborate
absolutely.
on this?
Yeah,
And
of course.
Mark, for you later on, the question will be, how can we measure the outcome? What from the changes in law, and how can we really look if the effectiveness from the improvement, and if there should have been other probably another way to craft a plan to revitalize Davos. Okay, first, Adrian.
Yeah, not just because I'm from Davos, but Davos is a truly fantastic place. It is a little paradise, I would say, even from a nature point of view and how it's located. And but the question is, from a marketing point of view, how is it positioned and where does it stand? And there, unfortunately, we have in Switzerland other locations like St. Moritz, Verbier, Zermatt, which are much clearer and better positioned. And Davos is a bit in a vacuum there. So I think we somehow should think ahead and create Davos 2.0. And the question is, what could that be? And my vision would actually be, as I already mentioned, we should be open and friendly towards all sorts of events, but also importantly, in the times where Davos, in off-season times, where Davos is practically empty. And my specific idea would be to bring high tech to Davos, specifically in the AI sector. And I'm talking with a couple of companies and people there who have grand visions, like even to copy the crypto valley idea of Zug and bring it to the canton of Graubünden and specifically Davos to create an AI hub. In fact, a couple of days ago, I had a discussion with Said, the founder of Plug and Play, based in New York, and they look at Davos. So everybody in the world knows Davos, and it could be a great place to bring the smartest and brightest people globally to this place, not forever, but for a couple of months, where they can be extremely creative, where they can at the same time enjoy nature, can come up with new ideas, and potentially, of course, also cooperate with the World Economic Forum and other events, so that we have a symbiosis of the different beneficial events in Davos with these new companies that we would like to have in Davos. So that would be my vision. So to continue with the events, but at the same time, make sure that the fruits remain over the year.
Thank you. Mark, what do you think? Right now we have a change. What is the parameters which we will see the impact of the change? What would be basically the concrete things which will tell us if there was success or not by measurement?
Success specifically of the law that just passed, or success of Davos overall? Because they're different things.
Both. Exactly.
Well,
Both success
of the law would then depend on which
and success of the things. Basically, measurements and what fine-tuning can later on take place.
Well, I mean, if I pass over very quickly the law, so the World Economic Forum will think they're very happy when all of the contracts go to WEF partners in some way. They will achieve that. It'll be more, and there'll be more money, and they'll be full of side events. But so will they succeed in sort of closing out the only three? I mean, it's basically eight Indian states and three side venues that took the place. Those won't be allowed to be there. So that will make the WEF happy. In terms of traffic, we can look at what was the. I don't know if there are any. If the city actually collects or is forced to collect measures on traffic, people coming in by train or anything else. I kind of doubt it. I would imagine all of the metrics on traffic will get worse. So that's another thing. There'll be just more planes, there'll be more cars coming in, everything else. And by the way, and this isn't very often the side event thing, it's because the World Economic Forum has made it so expensive for WEF members to be in Davos because they pushed up their own prices that it forces companies to bring more executives. So we're not talking about a hustling young scientist who wants to talk about oceans, willing to sleep on the floor. We're talking about 8 executives of a management team from Japan who all of a sudden need to have hotel rooms in space, who therefore now need to have limousines, who need to have all of this thing. So I think now the sign of more traffic is also to some extent a sign of success. I think if I was looking at what's almost missing for me, I think what will be a sign of success for the WEF, if we look at from 25 and 26, is I think that people should be talking about what happens in the WEF. That will be a sign of success because they weren't talking about the WEF in 24 or 23. So right now, the WEF, their core content, I think Adrian mentioned this earlier, is becoming less and less relevant because it's more and more stage managed some months in advance. I think overall for Davos, though, what I'm looking at is the word from Davos, where WEF is just like 30% of it, where the stories coming out from Davos, those are the things capturing attention. So I would be looking at the balance of, let's say, press power going into things that are more interesting, that captivate, and then the balance, how much is WEF specifically and how much is driven by the side events. Now, for me, a side event is that if Accenture hold a book signing of an author in an Accenture venue, just because they're a WEF strategic partner and one of their executives is in the WEF, doesn't mean to say that's a WEF event. Unless it says WEF logo on it, which is what the WEF requires, it's not a WEF event. Everything else is side events. Everything else is a side event. So I would see more and more buzz coming from those things. Hopefully it's not increase in price. My actual hope is that eventually there's more and more repeatable productions so that this sort of terrible inflation that we have over making stuff from scratch each time goes down. So it would be nice if the costs don't automatically rise each time. But I would still see there being creativity as extra spaces being used. I mean, Adrian has buildings which are like dramatically underutilized. But then ideally, there are spaces for people to go to. I think it just needs some vision, some imagination. But then I think the other thing as well, and I think it's harder to do right now, I don't yet see them the way, I don't see that the local government is providing the right support for entrepreneurs and sort of locals like Adrian for sort of doing good things. As Adrian pointed out, the city has exactly the same size of population as it had, 50 years ago. Its infrastructure is poor. I mean, we've said good. It's not very, very good compared to what it should be or could be. There's been a significant absence of money. And I don't know whether the money that came into Davos beforehand just basically went straight out to whatever, Zurich, Singapore, and other places, but you don't feel the investment has gone into the town of Davos. For me, the city of Davos's elected officials have a responsibility to help make that happen. And for me, they're falling asleep on the job as far as I can tell. At the moment, with this little law that they've done something to pretend to do something, and they all voted for it unanimously, but it's stupid. I think they really should, like, those local officials should be held much more accountable to saying, like, hey, should we have a 5% tax on side events and use that money to help build up kindergartens? Should we have this to help improve the sports thing? Should we take the money that goes to Davos and keep some of it in the city? At the moment, I think they've just done a very poor job. Now, they historically have done a poor job for the last 50 years. And I think they've become lazy because a relatively small number of people were able to make out like bandits, or at least do well enough that they didn't care about anybody else. And for me, I see Davos as this really strange, it's almost like Davos is a town of the elite where there's just a complete nonchalance of the people. It's okay, it's fine. And right now, and the infrastructure just doesn't improve. So hopefully that will improve. I don't know how, but hopefully that would improve.
So, I mean, going again away from Davos, going to global issues. So, which city would you say was handling good a monolithic culture in profit, like from events or from like a big tourism influx during like a short time, and then to survive self-sustainable with a local industry throughout the rest of the year? What would you say is the best example of a city which managed this? Probably, who wants to take it first? Okay, Mark.
I'm blanking.
You're blanking.
Well, it's
like,
well, I mean, so I mean, if you look at, Olympics over time has had different benefits. If you look at the Los Angeles and the Paris Olympics, those two Olympics right now are making the most use of existing resources than has ever been in the Olympics, and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
If I look at people wanting to put money into the Olympics, this number is going down and down because these sort of white elephant, gigantic stadium are like. Qatar has got whatever more football stadium than many countries, and it's tiny. I mean, you could basically run across the country.
I mean,
but on the other hand, for that particular thing, that's fine. It's not a problem. So, and Munich as an example. So Munich is a multi-100-year, 1,000-year thing with many different industries. So Oktoberfest is a nice thing to go and have a party with, but it doesn't make Munich.
Yeah.
So. I'm blanking on specific sort of,
I mean,
but I do know, like things like the Edinburgh Fringe, the hotel prices pop up. If there's the GA event in Glasgow, the prices pop up. I mean, that's just demand and supply. It's how economies work.
I mean, as a core example, I would say, for example, Monte Carlo. They have the Grand Prix. Everything is highly expensive, but they manage even to keep the attractiveness through the winter months, which are slower. Of course, it's not nice. You cannot go to the beach and nothing like this, but they still keep the local economy running. What do you think? Is there a fair Is this a fair to vergleichen?
Compare.
Compare. Thank you. To compare Monaco in this aspect to Davos.
I'd say not. I think it's Monaco as a sort of like mini sort of city state has existed again for hundreds of years as a capacity and it also has a special place within French society and economy as well. So there will be many reasons why Monaco is starting off doing well now. Maybe there was a possibility for Davos to have become Zug and to have special tax treatment for crypto, in which case then you'd see 25,000 people possibly living in the town of Davos, or at least having badges on the door.
Yeah.
These are choices that cities and their elected officials make. But I think to compare a little tiny towns to these sort of city states
is unfair.
So it's somewhat unfair.
Okay.
But there are common aspects, that there's quite some extensive research on Olympic cities which have done well and which have not done well. And in the end, it's quite simple. The more you can utilize the equipment and the infrastructure locally after the event, the more this is possible, and the more this infrastructure is value added also in the future, that the more successful is the initial investment. So it's really simple. So applying that to Davos, it's what we already discussed. The more we can invest the FDIs coming from the WEF in productive local infrastructure, which generates value over the year, the more successful these investments are, and the happier everybody is. And that's the challenge. And I think we are just there now, where this starts to, where a broader group in Davos starts to understand that, and comes up to and starts to realize that in building projects, construction projects. For example, take the Guyane house. It's owned by Sogel. It's used during the WEF by Deloitte normally, and the tenant there is Guyane. And that's a true win-win-win building, and a great example where the three work together, and for all of these three parties involved, the investment is totally beneficial. And that's kind of an idea you could copy paste and reapply in other areas.
Thank you. So before we had this discussion, I of course had time to speak with you personally, and I spoke also with the LA delegation, which is missing personally. And in our discussion, they made clear that LA was, and they were really proud, the mayor from Beverly Hills was several times on the board of the committee planning, and other people, they also emphasized how LA was able to reuse old infrastructure like the Rose Bowl Center and so on, and that they use the money right now to improve the infrastructure in the traffic with the metro extension and so on, which further will help LA then in after the Olympic Games to reduce the traffic, to make it a cleaner city. And they have a goal to have a zero emission construct of the Olympics, as well as they are a little bit cocky because they proved now with 2 Olympics where other cities failed and lost money and had disasters afterwards, that Olympics always were preparing an economy success story afterwards, that it had long-time effects beneficial to the city. So when I go there to Davos, what and to other cities, what has to be in the final 2 minutes? By every mega event hosting, let's take Davos as an example, and more from a landlord perspective, and Mark from a perspective from an organizer for events. What should they consider by hosting an event, and how to make it for the city count? Who starts, organizer or landlords?
Organizer.
Organizer, okay.
So, I mean, for me, I mean, if you look at, let's say, developing a city, I think it goes into what is the vision of the city and what is being done today or in the sort of near foreseeable future to actually make that happen. Because it gives people then confidence to do more things within a city, to invest more, to go back, and then to have more of a permanent presence as well. What I'm lacking from Davos is a vision of Davos. At the moment, I only see WEF is there for a week, and then it goes in, it goes out, and it's gone. I think other cities for the Olympics, by the very nature of these sort of billion-dollar expenses, they have much more of a vision. And by the nature of the Olympics, you can see it literally appearing before your eyes. But I think this is what I would like to see, is I'd like to see a vision, and I'd like to see action towards that vision in a very, sometimes literally concrete way.
Thank you, Mark. Adrian, final remark. We are basically already in 1 minute over time.
Yeah, so just Mark, I think that was a good final word, the vision. I would say the same. Yeah, that's what Davos is lacking, and that's what we need. And together with the vision, also mission and a clearer positioning than what we have currently. From a landlord's perspective, as I said, we need to create this win-win-win. Win for the tenant, win for the web participant, and win for the landlord. So create projects that are beneficial for all the three, and that can be used also over the year.
Thank you very much, Adrian Fopp and Mark Terrell. Thank you for participating on Digital Davos. And I overgive it now to Anand Singh for his next panel. And thank you very much, everyone, for being tuned in Digital Davos.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very interesting panel. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Carl. Again, I would also have brought up the Euro 2024 to say that, certainly that is an event that you can look at and see that even small towns like Dortmund will have seen great amount of economic benefit and, of course, a upgrade to their infrastructure. So I think that, the Euros itself would prove as a model for Germany in the correct investment.
And for Mark, we had just what you said, a panel which is only males, should not exist. We make it other way around. I welcome an only female panel.
Yep.
Okay, except our moderator, he's male, but he looks good probably when he changed.
Okay. I will put a wig on next time. There you go. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Regan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome again. This is Digital Davos 2024. I welcome our panelists and I welcome you all in the viewership. We have focused today on multiple subjects, starting with sickle cell disorder and moving on to cryptocurrency. We have talked about small local problems with the lack of banking in the US or the focus of banking towards small business. And we've just heard a global discussion on events and how events can become somewhat of an economic nightmare for cities that host them. So moving on to this panel, here we are going to have a panel discussion about women in production. It is my pleasure to have four wonderful producers that are global in nature, that have global projects, that are integrating multiple cultures and are extremely well experienced in their craft work. Production is, of course, the key element for any kind of media. Producers decide what moves forward in what direction. And these can certainly be issues. And it is, of course, a global phenomenon that we see a large male domination in these areas. When we talk about producers, typically we don't talk about female producers. So we wanted to have a discussion about challenges and a little bit about how the processes that they follow, what is the outcome as opposed to those that are produced by male production teams, and what is the difference in methodology? And then, of course, a little bit about how AI is going to affect women, and early studies have shown that there is a slight gender bias. So with that, I'd like to take a moment to introduce Stephanie Caleb. Stephanie is the founder and owner of Artvela Entertainment, and she has also served as the Executive Vice President of Acquisitions and Production at Cinelu Films, where she worked for 9 years, and has had just amazing projects under her. She has, to give you some idea, she worked on a movie called Cake with Jennifer Aniston, the titles including Mr. Church, starring Eddie Murphy, Britt Robertson. She has worked with. Somebody needs to mute themselves. That's on here. Okay, so moving forward, she's worked with people like Robert De Niro, with Danny DeVito. So I will give it over to Stephanie to give a little bit more about herself in a few minutes. Aside from Stephanie, I would like to introduce Gayatri. Gayatri is a Mumbai-based industry veteran. She has formed strategic partnerships with entertainment giants like Sony Pictures, Disney, Star, Reliance, Viacom, Lionsgate, and has had 25 years of experience and have seen her distribute over 55 films and bring over 2,500 hours of content to audiences worldwide, fostering cultural exchanges and entertainment across borders. She is currently produced an amazing a feature with one of our other producers, with Cindy. Cindy is a Taiwanese-based production house called Lighthouse Productions, and they are engaged primarily in film investments and production, and with a global footprint and in a global perspective of bringing together cultures, bringing together, melding stories together, bringing in to global audiences what could easily be local television or local movies. Cindy is originally from Taiwan, but is in Hong Kong, and is a graduate of the American School, New York University, Georgetown University, and is a lawyer by profession. She's passionate about literature, philosophy, photography, and is a full-time writer and producer. Moving from Cindy, I'll jump on to Paulina. Paulina is the founder and producer of Merkaba Media Group, based in Los Angeles and Dubai. One of her biggest passions and stories based on true events. She recently acquired the rights for Nowhere Girl by Cheryl Diamond and developed it on screen version together with Oscar-nominated producer David Permit. One of the main goals of her producing projects is raising social awareness. Paulina's latest film is The Last Train, a feature for suicide prevention starring the Golden Globe nominee Lou Diamond Phillips. She also produced an award-winning short film, Trust Me, starring Eric Roberts, raising awareness about domestic violence, and has also done a documentary, I Choose Life, for suicide prevention that is currently in post-production. Paulina is a UCLA graduate, and has a master's degree in broadcast and journalism. She is, of course, also a host and actress. So we do bring in a little bit of the other side of the equation with her. And I also want to say that she and Stephanie are currently producing a film for Annika Pampel, and I will have them speak a little bit about that. So I'm going to start this with Cindy. Cindy, if you can unmute yourself, that would be terrific. I know we're going to put you. Hi. So if you could tell us a little bit about your journey, how you choose a project, what are the main things you look for when you, as a storyteller as well as a producer, look at new ventures?
Yes. So the recent film I made in Taiwan is the first Taiwan-India co-production film. This story bring in a Bollywood actor and a Taiwan actor, a buddy film about two guys who use their own cultural method of removing this demon. It's an action comedy, and it's shot with I hired Hong Kong cinematographers, and it's shot like a Jackie Chan kind of film. And it's now in post-production. So this film has already made a lot of buzz at Cannes this year. It will be released in many countries, including India and US and Taiwan and most of Asian countries.
Terrific. So what made you look at this particular script? Was this something that you wrote? Was it something that spoke to you? What was your process here?
So the process was many years ago. When I was in India, I went there many times for different occasions, and I discovered that there are many common grounds and similarity between Indian and Chinese culture, especially Taiwan culture. The religious beliefs, the rituals are very, very similar. And I thought it would be interesting to bringing the two religious culture together in a film. And that's what we accomplished in this action comedy called Demon Hunters.
Wonderful. With that, I'm going to switch this over to Gayatri because Gayatri is the co-producer on this. So Gayatri, if you would unmute yourself, please, and tell me a little bit about, and our audience a little bit about your thought process. I know you guys had this going for a little while. It took a little bit of a back seat for a little bit. And then, as everything did in the world during the pandemic, but then in your particular case, this kind of came to the forefront in the pandemic. So talk to us a little bit about your process of how you wanted to take this forward.
So thank you so much for this, and hello all, to be a part of viewers as well, and to be a part of such stellar panel. So Anand, so Cindy, while her visit to India, so many a time, so we did have a lot of conversations in terms of vision. She came also with a very strong vision of oneness and universe, basically trying to cater audience that are more universal. And so hence we started putting a process together in terms of what we actually didn't want, in so-called the process of co-production. But usually the tropes are, a boy meets girl, usually in co-productions between the countries. And when it comes to culture, so usually the tropes are like boy meets girl, and it goes to the relatives, and then that's the usual way where it's usually a love story that comes. So when we were thinking, we went aside and we actually wanted to kind of do something that was not only focused on that. So we chose a buddy comedy, which is basically got to do with but highlighting on the cultures. Basically, the movie is more about how these two boys get together to fight in their own native ways. Basically, that was the main thing. So when we delve more and more into the story, we move more towards the similarities of culture that we bring together. But yet there is so much of difference, and each culture has its own personality. But when it comes together to fight through any evil or something, it doesn't matter whether which culture you belong. Evil is an evil, right? So and emotions are usually the same all across. We cry in the same language, we laugh in the same language. So that was basically the point, and that was a starting process where we actually put that in the story. And we also wanted to have a strong voice when it comes to fighting through the evil and taking some basic I would say basic references and similarities of these two countries and of these two culture, and at the same time keeping the personality completely different, the character development and everything. So that was a process when it all began. And from there on, the way we developed the story, we sat down with the writer, then the director came on board, then the whole crew started. What is more interesting is that when we actually were shooting, there were three actually countries working together. Tony Chung, who is the DOP of this film, comes with a humongous amount of experience, having worked with Jackie Chan, films like Dragon Blade, Hidden Strike, and everything. And the talent from India, which is Arjun, and then the Taiwanese talent over that side. So it was an amazing meld of culture coming together and working under one set, almost close to about 150 people.
That's really, really interesting and encouraging, because I think that there is definitely a global audience that looks at and is anticipating more and more of a one world scenario of two powerhouses in Bollywood and Hollywood, seldom doing anything together other than the typical boy meets girl story. Which is, again, not just a Bollywood Hollywood thing. The Greeks have done it. I mean, everybody's done it, right? I mean, there's one with every culture, and whether it's anything else, the innovativeness of the storyline, the risk taking on this side of it would be very challenging, especially on the finance side. How do you guys look at a project, especially since you're in the mid-tier side of it? It's a large production, and yet at the same time, you have to come up with budgets. So how does the budget process work between the two of you?
Cindy, you want to go with that? Yeah.
Yes. So we have a government grant subsidy from Taiwan government for this film.
Right, and then you go out and you self-finance, and you also bring in other investors and all of that. Do you find this to be a challenging process once you have optioned the film and you've decided that you're going to move forward?
No, not a difficult process. Right.
I love that about Cindy. Most producers that I speak to always say to me, "Yeah, it's the most difficult part of my day is trying to get money every time." And Cindy says, "Yeah, no, that's not the case." So with that, I'm going to move that over to Stephanie. Stephanie, you are focusing more now on smaller budget films and optioning some really interesting stories. You have a great background. You've had 80 plus movies. You've worked with the top talent in Hollywood. You're now delving into looking at collaborating in Bollywood, among other things. So tell us a little bit about your process. How do you choose a project? And specifically, you chose a script from a first-time director in Odeon. What was the thought process here?
Well, I mean, I have to go back a little ways to the time that I spent running Sinhaloo Films as a producer there, and that was a very female-centric film company. So everything that we did, starting with Cake with Jennifer Aniston, that was all about a woman dealing. We were trying to come up with a slightly comedic way of dealing with opioid addiction. And also she lost her son. It was a really dark dramedy is what I would say. But it did star Jennifer Aniston. She came on. It was a passion project of hers. And we really kind of launched that company, Sinhaloo, based on the fact that we had something important to say. We were able to say it. I'm on the board of the National Arthritis Foundation. So I was able to pair them up with her to talk about what it is to have chronic pain, why some people become addicted, why she ended up in the place that she ended up, her character, not her, obviously, how she ended up in the place that she ended up in the movie, which was someone that had an opioid addiction. Because she'd lost her son in a car accident, it destroyed her life. So starting off with that, we launched our company, and everything after that, we really wanted to say something with our films. Previous to that, I think I co-produced or produced something like 56 horror and action films. So, and not that I don't love them, I do. Smaller budgets, easier. I'll get to that in a second. But in this case, with Sinhaloo, we really wanted to concentrate on topics that meant something to everyone, that they could relate to, that had meaning. So we did that, and with Odeon, I think that is kind of the next step for us. Now that I have my own production company, Odeon really does kind of talk about the dynamics between a woman and her husband and her possible affair and her children, and it centers in on something that we have a lot of experience with. I've done all the marketing campaigns for all of Sinhaloo Films. I did her Academy campaign for Jennifer Aniston and also for Eddie Murphy, and all the campaigns. I worked in marketing for them as well. So I did all the campaigns for Bob De Niro. So we kind of know at the beginning where we're going to want to end up at the end. So when you pick a film, you have to, from my experience, and this is just because this is what I do, from my experience, you have to kind of know, where is this film going to end up, and what is that marketing campaign going to look like? And is it marketable? So in the case of Odium, it is. It's a dramatic thriller. And I think it fits a certain niche that actually is very commercial and marketable.
Paulina, you were also involved in Odeon along with some other really meaningful projects. Talk a little bit about your previous projects, and it seems like you also have a message when you're looking at your shorts or you're looking at your productions, that you are also trying to make impact here.
Yes, I certainly try to. I think my main goal when I'm choosing something that I'd like to develop or produce is to find a story that inspires me and that might potentially inspire other people. Or in case of Odium, not necessarily inspire, because it's a pretty dark story, but maybe make you question something about your life or about people you know, or make you think about things that you haven't thought about before. So in a certain way, I'm looking for a story that can shift your perspective onto something after you've seen it or you've read the script. So specifically to Odium, when I read the script, that script really surprised me. First of all, Annika Pompa is like an incredible writer. She's extremely intelligent in her writing, which I've unfortunately haven't encountered a lot of that while reading different scripts. And there's a twist in that specific script that I could not predict. And what I've done like maybe I've read it once and then I set it aside and I've read it maybe a couple of months later and I forgot about that twist and she tricked me again. So to me, it was definitely a sign that this is a very, very unique script that is very interesting and can surprise other people in the same way. And I got very inspired by it as well as a producer. And it was, just a very obvious choice to collaborate with Stephanie on this because she's one of the most inspiring female producers that I know. In terms of other projects that I'm working on right now, again, back to inspiration, there's an incredible book that I encountered that is called Nowhere Girl. It's a memoir. It's a true story that tells the story of Cheryl Diamond, who is a girl that grew up in a fugitive family. And it tells her story, how she grew up and was changing countries and identities and was able to get out of that life at the age of 24 only. So to me, it was one of the most fascinating stories that I've ever read. And that's why it really inspired me to option the book and hopefully very soon being able to bring it to the big screen.
Yeah, I noticed you had a short that was an award-winning short. What inspired this?
I think it was a personal experience of my life together with my co-writer. I was writing it with my friend, Cass, and we were just pouring out our own traumas maybe of the past in a creative way and giving it life. It also came out of my frustration as an actress at that time. It was my very first producing project and the very best film school I could ever go to, honestly, because when you're producing something for the first time, you're wearing all the hats, everything that can go wrong goes wrong, but that's how you learn. So it was truly an incredible experience to be able to do that film. And we've done financing through crowdfunding, which was another layer of a producing experience, which I'm really grateful for because it's a great way to finance smaller projects.
Yep. So coming to the finance side of it, what is the most challenging step for a low budget to medium budget film today in Hollywood?
Everything.
Everything. Of course.
I mean, no, you have to get Paulina and I, obviously are co-producing a film as well. It's been challenging even when we thought, we were able to move forward in a linear way and get things done and have a schedule but people are unpredictable, especially here in the United States. Financiers are unpredictable. So I think what I've found over all the years is that actually putting money together on some of these films by catering to other territories sometimes works best. It definitely makes some sense to, and we've done this. We've shot multiple films in Bulgaria and Romania. We went off to Iowa, not just shooting in Hollywood proper, but kind of a shot in Canada, bringing in not just local money because you're hiring all of their above the line talent, but also you work with their publicists and their magazines and you allow them certain rights that you wouldn't allow US publications to have. So for instance, when we shot in Calgary, it was Burn Your Maps. We shot a film in Calgary. It was $8 million. We made sure to give preferential treatment to that territory, right? To Calgary and to their local news mags, but also, Canadian news mags before we gave it to the US, because even though the US might be a bigger movie going territory, they weren't the ones that were supporting us. And that definitely paid off when we went to the Toronto Film Festival. They, threw a fantastic press day for us, and it really helped them a lot. So that's kind of how we did something similar with Mongolia. I think that putting money together for films like this, if you can incorporate more of an international structure and casting and really not be more worldly and be global and not, US only, I think it goes a long way towards being able to bring some money in pre-sales.
Okay. So we're going to switch over to kind of a little discussion about the dreaded artificial intelligence and machine learning. We have multiple discussions on multiple aspects of AI, whether it's writing scripts, whether it's, or I should say, mimicking scripts, or it's helping in production, helping in post-production. So AI is not one beast, but several beasts. But at the same time, AI has its own problems. For instance, the deep fake side of it, which is a complete AI issue. What are your thoughts on AI, deep fake, and how it creates, unfortunately, a bad reputation for what is essentially a tool that can be used to make efficient production?
Sorry, I muted myself. Were you talking to me?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of AI, what we have as a company have used it for is helping us to put together documents, or maybe even though I have a team of interns that I love their opinion, and they read the scripts and they give us their opinions. With AI, we've been able to actually use that for some of our coverage, which opens up the door for them to do maybe some more interesting things other than reading 5 scripts a day. Deepfake is scary. Obviously, it opens everyone up to a bunch of lawsuits, but I think in post-production, and we've discussed this a little bit, I think there's a way. It just has to be very closely monitored, and everyone involved, their teams and their representatives, their managers, their publicists have to really get involved in that process. I think when we talk about branding and putting certain brands into a movie, or even kind of wiping out things that shouldn't have been shot in the first place, I think it's going to be a very valuable tool. Everyone just needs to understand how it affects the actresses and actors that are in the movie. So if you're looking at, let's say, I've done a lot of $1 million horror films, that's not going to be a big deal because none of those actors or actresses are going to have branding contracts with people like, say, a Jennifer Aniston does. So as we've discussed, Jennifer Aniston, she promotes smart water. That's a lucrative deal for her and all of her people, and they're not going to jeopardize that. So when you're talking about on a territorial basis, let's say we're talking about India or we're talking about Taiwan or Germany and putting in specific brands that speak to that community and we'll bring them in. We're just going to have to be really cognizant of the contracts that those actors have and talking to their representatives about getting everything cleared.
Okay. Paulina, I'm going to switch to you real quick here. I remember a movie, one of the Terminator movies in which Arnold Schwarzenegger was transformed with VFX into a younger Arnold Schwarzenegger. And that was a pretty interesting twist to that. Obviously, the same technology that did that is now, that was, almost a decade ago, is now so advanced that it can take just a few pictures off of your Facebook and have you star in any kind of feature. And normally that leads to pornographic or objectionable content. What are your thoughts as both as an actress as well as a producer on deepfake?
Well, I think the strike that was happening in Hollywood showed the concern of the acting world as well over AI, and was pretty clear. It is a concern for actors, not only stars, movie stars. It's a concern for all actors because basically that kind of technology offers anybody a chance to just scan your body and use your likeness, and you cannot really do anything about it. So I think it is, as Stephanie said, it's very scary. And the only way to avoid that risk is to try to control it before it's too late, in a sense. There has to be rules. There have to be a set of rules and regulations that regulate AI in that way. Because as well as, what you mentioned it as well, the AI gender bias that is also happening, unfortunately, right now. That's the only way to truly do anything about it is rules and regulations.
Yeah, so but at the same time, I mean, obviously it gives the opportunity for you to now cast Paul Newman or Cary Grant or John Wayne or whatever your liking may be, or a young Jackie Chan, into a movie. I mean, there's the good side, but then there's the bad side. But is regenerating Paul Newman something that is a bias against current actors? Do you see that as an issue for young aspiring actors where you're taking a legacy and reanimating for all intensive purposes?
I think one very important thing for me about AI is that AI doesn't have a soul. So you can regenerate the likeness of Paul Newman, but there will be still something missing. And I think we as human beings that have a soul, when we're looking at AI, who is not a real Paul Newman, there will be still some kind of a voice inside of us saying, well, wait a minute, but there's something still wrong. There's something slightly off. There's something about it that doesn't seem or feel right. Probably more like feel right inside of us. So I think in that sense, we are okay. We will know the difference. But I really hope that will be avoided in the future. As much as we love people that unfortunately passed on, using AI technology in a way that will be recreating their genius doesn't really sit right with me personally, to be honest with you.
Okay. But now put on your producer.
I have to jump in with Paul.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I do agree. I think that it is a creative tool when you have someone who is alive in the moment and older. If you're using it, say, for a Tom Hanks, which I know that they're doing this now. If you're using it for, say, a Tom Hanks to show the progression of his life, but he's still the person behind it, and you still have his voice, and he's doing the voiceover, and he's part of it, but you're just making him look younger, and then being able to generate him getting older and showing some reason for actually having the flashbacks, I think it's definitely useful. And I think we should use it as much as possible because it gives current actors a way to kind of show the story of their life. And I think it does open up scripts. But again, when it's someone who's no longer died and you're dealing with their foundations and their legacy, or they're no longer alive, they've died. I don't know. I have some problems with that as well in terms of should we recreate someone who has passed on and isn't there
Yeah,
anymore?
but think of it this way: instead of having whoever the latest greatest action hero is, you could have Paul Newman for a tenth of the cost. Now, as a producer, doesn't that make any sense to you?
No. I'd rather discover new talent that will be incredible and talented and wonderful as Paul Newman was, and help him to become the next Paul Newman of the next generation, honestly. That's the beauty of it, right? Discovering people, discovering talent to
Okay.
me is
Cindy, I'm going to turn this over to you. What are your thoughts about artificial intelligence and its use in movies? I mean, keeping aside the VFX side of it, the VFX side of it is, of course, greatly beneficial. I mean, if you were to take a movie like Age of Adeline and now use it with the current technology, you would save hundreds and hundreds of hours of makeup, for instance, right? And it would be so much easier because there would be so few dates that you would need the actress for, actor for, in that particular, or Benjamin Button for that matter, or any of those kind of movies. But looking purely at a use of actors that may or may not be there anymore, Cindy, what are your thoughts?
I agree with Paulina there. I would prefer not to, because the soul would be missing. So I would prefer to use a real live person who may have more soul in the film.
Okay, that makes sense. Gayatri, coming to you, Bollywood is, of course, more and more embracing VFX and AI. What do you think is happening there?
Well, I think the first and foremost thing is AI is a tool, and it is basically not a human brain. It is being created by a human brain. It's still a tool. It will still not get to the optimum level of creativity what a human brain can reach. That's one. And it must be used as a tool itself with ethical boundaries. Absolutely. Yes, the good part is that it gives a lot of liberty to cut costs in a many ways. For instance, like you mentioned, like case of Benjamin Button. So, or a character who has a certain progression of life, or we have to show certain things which he belonged to. At that point of time, AI is perfect. Because then the kind of prosthetic makeup and everything that you would be using to kind of create that, you would still not have that finesse as today an AI can give. However, to depend completely on AI, and it's basically a boon if it's used in the right way, and it's quite a bane if it's not used in the right way. And the worst part is the deep fake, which is like really catching up over here. And there are every day there are new cases which is being put out on Instagram, which is being put out, of, and it's just not limited. What is scary is it's just not limited to actors. It's just not limited. It could be limited to it could extend to even me, you, anybody, for the matter of fact. If anybody kind of tries to play some mischief or something, it just takes 2 minutes to kind of like do that deep fake and just put it viral around, and you're completely wondering, oh my God, how did this land up? And you're just wondering, in terms of it could kind of create a lot of havoc in your own life. So yes, and that is something, the misuse of any technology, for the matter of fact, is always prevalent. And I think we as consciously must be, understand and have a certain ethical process to kind of towards it. And I think deepfake and all of these kind of things in India, they are taking a bit seriously, and I'm sure everywhere they're taking it seriously in terms of how well we can kind of curb that and put to a better use is something that I feel that. Yeah, but otherwise it is great for advertising. It's kind of pretty interesting when there are certain things that needs to be placed. It has many dynamic tools, that can be actually processed when you're making a content, and it can be a cost savior. It can be efficient if used properly.
Got it. Switching to back to the gender side of it. Gender has always been a live and open subject, right? We seem to make progress, then we seem to kind of roll back progress, and we seem to make some more progress in some other area, but then we forget about the areas that we had made progress but then have regressed. In the film business, productions and producers tend to have their own styles. Do you see a gender difference in how women approach production versus how men approach production? Is there a different set of priorities? Is there a different timetable? Is there more empathy? Is there more what is different in a women producer set than that of a male producer? Cindy, we'll start with you.
Yes. Well, in Taiwan, we have women president, women vice president, and ambassadors. But in the film, it's the opposite. It's very much male dominated. And we have I hired a women director because I would like to give women more chance to be director, especially in an action film. So my director, although has experience in other genres, but has little experience in action film, but I compensate that by hiring very seasoned action film cinematographer from Hong Kong. So it's a good blend, and female directors tend to be a little bit better at drama storytelling, especially emotional scenes. And on my set, I have crew members who would bring in their babies, and I totally welcome that. They can breastfeed their babies on the set. So I think that's the major difference as far as Taiwan goes, is women tend to be given less weight in the film industry.
Stephanie, what are your thoughts? You're muted, Stephanie.
Sorry, I was being polite. I do have quite a few. I do think that it's still a little bit of an old boys club. I think that mentorships are very important. And so when, I mean, and not that I went to film school, but from all the people that I've worked with that did go to film school, you develop your mentorships or your relationships while you're in school. And, typically a lot of those people were men, and they aligned with older men that were established in the industry and got, a leg up and became part of kind of a club. I think that it was exclusive of women for a long time, and we're fighting our way back for sure. There's definitely an ebb and a flow based on, politics, based on the media, about how people react to whether you're a female director, a first-time female director, or a male director. And I can say that there was a time when I was trying to find female directors, female horror directors for a low-budget horror film, and I couldn't find anyone because at that moment it was very popular to go after all the female horror directors. So if I would have gotten a female horror director, it would have been someone that had already been picked over 6 or 7 times. It was kind of like, it was a fad for me, is the way that I saw it. Now it's different because everyone just lost interest in that. I do know that it depends on the culture and where you're at. I was shooting Yellowbirds in Morocco, and our AD was a female AD. She was French. She was amazing. We worked with her on the portion that we shot in Atlanta, but I know that when we got to Morocco, no one would listen to her. We had an all-male crew. They just wouldn't take orders from her, and usually your AD is pretty tough. Your first AD is pretty tough, and it's their word, it's their way or the highway. And she was very tough, but everyone just turned their back on her because she was a female. So it's definitely like this sexism is very prevalent in multiple areas. It really depends on where you're shooting. I think you get away with, having more female directors and ADs and whatnot here in the States. But
yeah, so coming back to your mentorship side of it, Gayatri, I'm going to turn this over to you because we've had this discussion before about women and women being sometimes more critical or hypercritical of other women. So Gayatri, talk a little bit about how difficult it is to find true women mentors that are willing to mentor in the first place.
I would actually say that first and foremost, I think somewhere or the other, there has to be a change in the overall attitude. It starts from the conditioning, from the beginning of, when you're even growing up, and when when your mothers are teaching you, when your grandmothers are teaching you. It's a classic conditioning that happens, and it's got more to do with the differentiation basically begins from home. So even before you are reaching to the world where you have to face these gender bias and everything, you're already doing that. You're already doing that in your own home. I think that's where it all starts from. I mean, we've been brought up in a very liberal place, liberal homes where the parents are educated, but still there are times when even in comparison to, I have an elder brother, and if I were to go out way back in about like 10 years, 15 years ago, if I were to go out by, let's say, even at 9 o'clock, my brother would say, no, you can't. I'm a boy, I can go, but you're a girl, you can't. So it starts from there. And by the time, of course, today we are in a profession, like I've been in a profession which is completely male bastion, which is distribution, and the very less percentage of women who are doing distribution all over the world, hardcore. So I've been doing that for so many years. It's basically the boys club mentality, something that we are constantly going through, and it's historically being dominated by leading network and the relationships, and they really think so. Women do struggle, and there is a certain struggle. Now, over a period of time, there has been a lot of shift within the corporates as well, where we are focusing and actually empowering and uplifting. So I've been a part of many consulates who have a world coffee table, which basically means that you're having conversations with middle management and junior management girls who are actually trying to get into the labyrinth of corporate, and the leaders and mentors are being called from specific or all across the platforms, maybe from pharmaceuticals, from editorial, from publishing, and all of that. And then they are actually given table to kind of like mentor them. So I'm seeing a certain rise in there. And also there are certain companies like Infosys and a lot of these companies who are actually taking very strong steps towards maternity leave and people coming back from work and giving them some kind of upgrading of certain on their specific vertical or something. And yes, in Demon Hunters, the in our sets we were mostly like a lot of women were there present, and our dress designer, she had just delivered a baby and everything, and she would bring her baby, and what would be amazing that while she would be doing her work, and everybody took care of her baby as well. So I guess it's just a shift of a little bit of a change or something that starts from the women, because we are the generators, we are the producers actually. If it starts from there, and I'm sure there would be a great change.
Yeah, no, Cindy, I mean, you mentioned this already, in the fact that you took a risk on a female director. who, even though she didn't have the experience that you would have ideally wanted, and now that's actually taking a financial risk as a producer, because you're no longer talking about an assistant here. You're talking about an actual director. Were you at all? Did you have second thoughts about this at any point, or was it this something that you just decided that this was how it was going to be?
I decided that's how it's going to be, because I trust the male Jackie Chan cinematographer, and the whole team will be able to make this into the film that I want. Yes. So that's a combination of this director and the cinematographer team.
No, that's wonderful. Mentorship is it's a multifaceted area, right? I mean, mentorship is everything from what you did in the sense of taking a risk, and then also the other side of it, which is uplifting of giving more responsibility of teaching, of not wanting that your mentee to go through the same situations that you may have gone through, and having to build instead of of saying, well, tough. I went through it. Too bad. It's your turn to go through it.
Right.
And I know, it's a difficult choice sometimes, because it can also be frustrating.
Yes.
So Stephanie, what are your thoughts on that?
I feel no, I think that's very true. I was just comparing that to kind of the fraternity sorority mentality. And I do think that there's, there's some kind of a hazing that goes on when in looking for mentors. I think a lot of men stick with other men. It's their fraternity. I think a lot of women, I'm hoping will mentor more women. Although I have also experienced situations where women feel like they got their foot in the door, and then they treated the other women that worked under them even worse, specifically in an HR position. We've written an entire pilot about it. So about kind of women living in a man's world in Hollywood, and a woman finally like clawing her way up to the top head of the HR position, and then the first person she abuses is a group of women that work underneath her. So so there's teachings out there that I don't think I think we're teaching women that you have to be a little bit more like the men that have already dominated this industry. And I agree that it starts at home. We have to teach women to respect themselves in the first place, and not feel like they have to play in the same field, and not have this fraternity sorority mentality of hazing new people.
Yeah, I mean, look, setting aside the predators, right? I mean, you had the Weinsteins and the P. Diddy's and these kind of major predators. Most people tend to want to work in teams. Most people tend to, want to kind of contribute but there seems to be still a bias about accepting women's views a lot of times in discussions. And this is an ever challenging thing. This is not just to Hollywood or to Bollywood or to the Taiwan film industry or anywhere else. It just tends to be, oh, but mine is the last word. I'll listen to what you're saying, but yeah, got it. But it's my word. How do you overcome, especially when you are women in positions of power now? You are producers. You're but you're still going to have the alpha somewhere show up and want to dominate.
So you become a bigger alpha.
There you go. See, I like that.
You become a bigger alpha, and you basically kind of like contend them with, on a that was definitely on a lighter note, but actually, the way how I deal with things, where, as I said, like, with distributors, so it's basically harnessing your skills and polishing your facts. And eventually that's something that if we are able to kind of like look at and show things logically as well, They're saying that, hey, you know what, this is what we are saying, and I can back this up with this logic and this logic. And if that convinces you, I mean, like, if you can convince me, great. Otherwise I can convince you this way, and that's I think that's one aspect of it, the way to kind of deal with somebody just kind of coming up. I mean, usually, I mean, a lot of places you're dealing with a lot of egos as well. So the way to deal with, as far as I have done it, is purely kind of like, saying that, hey, you know what, you can keep your ego, I've got mine, you can keep yours to yourself. But at the same
No,
time,
I get that. I get that. And Cindy, I know your response is simply going to be, well, I tell them what to do. So,
yeah.
and I appreciate that, and I love you for that. That's a wonderful thing. Paulina, being a little bit younger than some of us, what are your thoughts, and how are you dealing within your new generation? Right, you are a different generation.
Well, the interesting thing, I think, is that sometimes you have to understand that you'll just have to walk away from certain people. What you do, you just walk away. They're not your people. They don't get your vision. They don't get what you're trying to do. You walk away. You don't want to work with those people. Sometimes it may seem like a loss, but what in the end you will see, it's not a loss, it's a gain. It happened couple of times on some of my projects where I thought that that specific person was it for the project, that person is going to make it happen because I really needed that person for the vision. But let's say their question was, why men would watch that show. And the show is all female centered. So that person doesn't get it already. The person doesn't get the message behind it. So sometimes it's good to just walk away, let them be. As Gia was saying, it's important to, try to maybe speak to their logic. You can, of course, find the research. That's what I've done for that specific situation. Analysis, like just logically, business mind. You put your business hat on and you try to understand what they're trying to say there. And if there's logic to what they're saying, maybe you should be more open-minded and also listen. But if they're not saying something that speaks to your vision, sometimes it's just really good for you to walk away, and you will find the right people, the right partners, and you will work together. And to what everybody was saying in terms of working with women, I've been actually very lucky to work both with men and women in a very nice way. But Stephanie was the very first woman in my 10 years in Hollywood that actually ever helped me or reached out to help me. And I'm hoping that there'll be more women like Gia and Stephanie and Cindy that will help other younger filmmakers that are trying to make it and truly, inspire them and help them.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a really good point. And I think that you use a good word, inspire, right? And I think inspire is such an important thing, because when you look at heroes, right, it doesn't matter what we think about. A lot of times the heroes you look at are men. And it doesn't matter, especially when it comes to business and industry. When we talk about banking, we talk about, John Reed from Citibank, or we talk about manufacturing, we talk about Jack Walsh from GE, or Lee Iacocca from Chrysler. Very seldom do you see any women noticed in these areas. And even in media, you have had amazing women figures that have done tremendous amounts of work, that have bridged gaps, that have moved forward. Yet it seems that a lot of the work that they did kind of gets left behind, and nobody picks up the mantle, and nobody kind of moves forward. And I think that sometimes it's a difficult thing, whether you're pitching your project, whether you're securing your financing, whether you're doing any part of the production cycle. It's always challenging, because you have certain biases that exist, and saying, am I doing the and self-doubt, right, is the sense of, am I doing this the right way? Is this going to pan out, or is somebody going to turn around and say, oh, she was having a woman moment, and so it went wrong, or something like that, right? And I don't want to get into that, but so I wanted to end this panel by simply saying, Dolly Parton said something which was very interesting. And she said, if your actions create a legacy that inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you are an excellent leader, right? And I see here a group of women leaders that are convincingly making change. And so kudos to all of you, and thank you so much for taking the time to be on this panel. We are out of time officially, and with that, I will say again, it was a pleasure to have you all here, and we will certainly continue our series on women. With that, I'll turn it over to Carl. Carl,
Thank you
I
very
hope you
much.
learned something as well.
Thank you very much. It was surely one of the very interesting or most interesting panels which I heard in a long time. I thank you for participating at Digital.Davos.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are continuing now with Digital.Davos. And our next panel is about AI implications in patent. And Fred Douglas is one panelist here, and it's a fire chat around. So 1 second. Thank you very much. David, not David, Fred. Sorry, you have to put the YouTube off because we have a callback from the YouTube. You're now live.
Yeah. Hi, Fred Douglas. I'm a patent attorney. I've been practicing patent law for about 20 years. I prepare patent applications and also I litigate patent disputes. Going to talk today on AI, its impact on the prior art, the falsita, and patentability. I wanted to show you that there are several unknowns out there in the patent world. Artificial intelligence is impacting all types of facets of the patent world, and we are not going to be able to do anything without trying our best to adjust for the artificial intelligence and also try to maximize its use the best we can. So applications are already out there and are being developed for AI-related applications. The autonomous electrical vehicles, they're working on harnessing AI systems to navigate complex road environments and make real-time decisions. For example, an animal or a human being darts across the street, or if a sinkhole develops in a road, the driving system has to adjust for that on a really no notice to ensure safe and efficient transportation. Medical industry, AI is used to improve diagnostics, drug discovery, patient care, and there's quite a bit of patents already being applied for, and also take care of the medical data, the patient records, imaging scans, and genomic information. Banks, financial industry, using the AI. According to The Economist, a 2022 survey of IT executives in banking found that 85% said that they have a clear strategy to adopt AI in the development of new products and services. So we have new products and services, inventions that are going to happen in the financial industry. And also the music industry, I'm sure we've heard about the false images and voices, for example, involving Drake and other artists and the tools that are assisting artists in the field. So there's a lot going on in artificial intelligence. So we're focusing today on patentability. One of the issues of patentability is who is an inventor? An AI system, a computer, can it be an inventor? The answer, according to the appellate courts, is no. The Federal Circuit ruled in Thaler versus Vidal. There's an inventor named, last name Thaler. He keeps applying for an application. He names his AI system as an inventor, and he fails all the time. He's been litigating for years. He's litigating through all the different countries. He has been denied a patent every single time, except for one exception. He did get a patent in South Africa. But at least for here in the United States and most countries, he's not going to have any machine. Incidentally, for a patent inventor, has to be a natural person. A corporation is not an inventor. A country is not an inventor. A machine is not an inventor. It has to be a human being. Now, other aspects of artificial intelligence beyond the inventorship is the use in prior art. It's very useful at the time for searching for prior art or analyzing prior art if you want to determine whether your invention is patentable, or if you're in a litigation context and you want to attack or try to invalidate someone else's patent, you can use it for searching prior art. Now, there have been a lot of hallucinations that are known in the world of artificial intelligence. Hallucination is basically a false result. If you ask a AI system to do some research or produce a result for you, and the result is it appears to be genuine, but you look into it and you find it's not true. There was a case, Mata versus Avianca, where a lawyer submitted a brief with 3 or more cases that he found through artificial intelligence. He input into the chat GPT the legal ruling that he wanted, and he thought that he could use those cases. He didn't look at the cases, he didn't review, he didn't verify them, and the judge caught him, and he was sanctioned, and he had to pay a lot of money, and he got a lot of embarrassment. And that's not the only instance that was widely reported in the news. There are quite a few other instances of lawyers trying to use artificial intelligence to do the research for them. So lawyers have to make sure that they verify the results, just like if they had a human assistant do research for them or do a patent search for them. The human assistant, you have to follow back and make sure that their results are correct. And the lawyer who submits the item to the court or the lawyer who submits the patent application to the patent office is responsible for the work product of the human assistant or the machine assistant. So one of the things that we talk about is prior art. Prior art, you can find prior art quite easily with a Google patent search, the US Patent and Trademark Office search. You can also just use it for artificial intelligence with a chatbot. The advantage with a public prior art search regarding hallucinations is the hallucination is not that much of a problem, because when you're trying to invalidate a patent, all you need is one, if not more, pieces of prior art that invalidate the invention. If you can find just one, you can look at it, review it, then your job is done. As opposed to a patentability search where you're searching for many, many patent applications to find out if the path has already been prepared, you can get hallucinations and you can have time wasted. So one of the problems with prior art is prior art usually is a document, a publicly available document. You can Google and find a PDF document. You can go to a library. You can find a book, a journal article. You can subscribe to databases, and you can find articles for as whether a invention has been practiced before somewhere. But the prior art has to be publicly available and publicly accessible to count as prior art. Because basically what you're saying, if you are using a piece of prior art against an invention, you're saying that hypothetically, somebody can go to a library in Indonesia, find a journal article on the shelf, freely pull it off the shelf, read the contents, and understand the invention that was published in that article. But if your prior art is in an AI chat service, is it really publicly available? There are different levels and different types of AI systems. There's ChatGPT, there's Google Gemini, there is Claude, and quite a few others. Some of these have different levels where there are subscription services. So the public may not be able to find that document. Also, when you get results from an AI service, they are not necessarily indexed or cataloged so that another individual can find the results. For example, let's say you invent a method, a new method where you're going to remove contaminants from wastewater. You input it into the Claude AI system. And using artificial intelligence, you develop a detailed new invention. If you leave that detailed recipe, that detailed invention on the servers of the Claude service, and if the Claude service uses the results to train the large language module, or if somebody in, let's say, Wyoming is a researcher in the same field and they are fed your invention when they do a similar search, is that a public disclosure? Is that a private disclosure? We don't have any rulings from the Patent Trademark Office or courts on such scenarios. We have to understand that the publicly accessible document is for people who are interested in that topic, and a key term is ordinarily skilled, and they find it with reasonable diligence. They can locate the reference. A person interested would be someone in the same field. So if I say that we're looking for how to remove contaminants from wastewater, any person on the street may Google and find something, but that's not a person ordinarily skilled. That's just an ordinary person with no specific skills. So somebody who is already working and educated and experienced in the field, would they find that document? Would they find it somewhere in artificial intelligence in a ChatGPT session? I believe probably not. I do note that Claude and also ChatGPT 4.0, they offer the option that you can keep kind of private your results, and you can also have them not use your data, your documents for the language learning module to learn off of your data. That's what they claim. You should research the terms and services of any artificial intelligence service that you use. I do note that Claude and ChatGPT 4.0, they specifically say that they are not going to use your content to learn to use for other people. However, Gemini from Google and a few others, they're silent on that topic. And so you should assume if they're silent on a topic, you should be very aware.
Fred?
Yes, sir.
One question to this. A public disclosure is not only about documents, but could be also basically when an item is already for sale, when an item is other way made available. My question is, would be the item not being already made available when AI is trained on it? Would this be a different, what is the difference between finding a document which has to be findable in the library, which accessible and so on, as long as it's in my research library down in the basement and only I have access, it's not public. But by sale or by when it's used already to train an AI, is it not the same thing than I sell already a product? Because when I sell a computer chip, there is I mean, there is a lot of work done to look how the computer chip functions. We all know this is just a phone. I mean, we don't open and see really what makes a phone ticking inside. My
Yeah.
question is this a problem with AI?
Yes, there's another grounds for invalidating a patent or having your applied application be rejected, not only if it's publicly available, but as you put in your example, is if it's being already sold more than a year before the application date. So just thinking off the top of my head, the hypothetical you propose, if the invention is already sold and it's sold publicly and the AI already has it, and if somebody uses an AI system and they, for example, they put in a query, what is the best method or the best machine for removing wastewater contaminants? And if they find it through, let's say, Google Gemini, they find it and they find an indicator that's already sold, if the system points them to where they can buy it, then that's proof that it's already for sale, and that could be harmful for the planned patent application, because you're not going to be able to get a patent, or your issue patent will be invalidated with the evidence. So the evidence from AI might be quite dangerous there. So what you're saying right there is basically another concern is, what if artificial intelligence generates prior art? If I enter into an AI system a question, how could I remove wastewater contaminants? If artificial intelligence creates the solution, I don't create the solution, but the magic computer creates it, we have the issue of non-human inventor, but also the prior art is generated. So if that recipe or solution or that machine is revealed to me, and if it is allowed to be used by the public and they train on it, or if I keep it on my own laptop and I don't publicize it, but it's still been around, somebody might be able to use that as proof at a later time. If I share the artificial intelligence account with another employee or somebody, a business partner, they might steal my invention. That's another concern. But one of the issues we have with artificial intelligence is also, you heard me earlier say, ordinary skill. The patent office and the patent courts look for PHOSITA. I pronounce it Fosita, but we usually just call it by its commonly long name, person holding ordinary skill in the art. So somebody who is experienced and knowledgeable and educated in the art. For example, removal of contaminants in wastewater. So if somebody who is an engineer for a civil engineer for a wastewater treatment plant, if they know of the general design, description, or a recipe for removing wastewater, but what if they input a query into Chat GPT, Google Gemini, or Claude, or any other system? If the output provides a solution or illustrates generally how to do it, the patent office right now is seeking public comment on whether the person holding ordinary skill in the art can be represented by an artificial intelligence system. So another example is, let's say I have a patent that's on a method for removing wastewater contaminants, and I have somebody who is in litigation and trying to invalidate my patent. They might want to try to show that my invention is obvious. Obvious is where there is no exact disclosure of your invention, but anybody who is a person holding ordinary skill in the art could figure it out without undue experimentation. So if the person who's suing me to invalidate my patent runs a AI bot with the problem, and if they can come out easily with the same invention, so the problem I have is I have to convince the court that the AI system is not a person holding ordinary skill in the art, because my opponent in litigation is going to be saying, hey, all I did was a fancy Google search, Google Gemini. I found a computer who could generate the same invention. So it's not really that big of an invention. In Europe, they call it an inventive step. And here we call it obviousness, where the step between your starting place and your invention is something that anybody could have done easily without too much thought. That is a big issue that the Patent and Trademark Office is seeking public comment on at this time. Now, like I said, also, the other concern is whether the AI service retains that and trains the LLM and produces the output and it produces to others. But also, there's another issue with your patent. As quite a few people know, you cannot patent a perpetual motion machine. The patent office has ruled it's totally impossible. But then the hypothetical is, what if AI solves that issue and creates a perpetual motion machine? What do we do? The invention to be patentable has to be operable. It has to work. Most patent applications are submitted on paper, so you can't really physically prove that they work, but a person holding ordinary skill in the art should be able to review the design and conclude that it will operate if a physical embodiment was made. But the presumption is when you have a patent, it's presumed to be operable. And it's also another patent lingo term is enablement. Enablement is your invention is like a recipe or a how-to instructions. Your patent must give the recipe or the instructions to a person holding ordinary skill in the art, FOSITA, so they can copy your invention when your patent expires. But if that person with ordinary skill cannot duplicate your results because your patent application did not give enough information, then it's not enabled and it's invalid and you don't deserve a patent. The presumption is there. If a patent is issued, it's presumed that it's enabled, presumed that it's operable, and it's an uphill battle for your opponent to convince a court or convince a patent office that it indeed is not operable and not enabled. However, if the AI system can generate the same result, does that mean it's really enabled? Is it really operating? Because we have hallucinations. If I tell Claude, produce for me a perpetual motion machine and explain to me how it is enabled, I get the results, I run to the patent office, and I tell the patent examiner, this is a perpetual machine. Do not tell me it doesn't work because the AI system showed me how it works. But that's not a person holding ordinary skill in the art. It's a computer, maybe making a hallucination. That will be something that people will probably worry about. Just to restate on obviousness, that's when you have a claimed invention where the differences between the claimed invention and the prior art are such that, on the whole, anybody at the effective filing date of the claimed invention with ordinary skill, could that person create the same invention? And the key thing that a lot of people gloss over regarding obviousness, and it's key here for artificial intelligence. You have to prove if something is obvious, you have to measure time regarding the effective filing date of the claimed invention. So if I file a patent application in 1999, well, my patent is obvious or not depends upon going back in time at 1999. Would a person holding ordinary skill have the knowledge, experience, and education to duplicate my results? But consumer-oriented artificial intelligence systems were not available in 1999. So if I run a query today in 2024, and if I create the same invention, that's not good enough. And that's a difficulty we're going to have in litigating patents is the Wayback Machine is not good enough, and the artificial intelligence system were not really developed and widely available at previous time. So trying to invalidate a patent for obviousness at this point is not going to be very useful, but we should take a note of that for the future. So there's a lot of unresolved questions that the patent office is seeking comments on, and also the litigation-based attorneys are also hoping to state that it's a new frontier with the assistance of artificial intelligence in the patentability of patents. One question is, how do AI-based tools determine who is a person holding ordinary skill? What is their knowledge? What is their level of skill? I don't think that current consumer-oriented systems take that into account. Who is the hypothetical civil engineer, wastewater engineer? Who is the hypothetical pharmacist who would understand a new drug discovery? Another question is, we interpret claim terms. We have certain lingo. We have terms that everybody understands, shop talk, but does the artificial intelligence robot understand claim terms like a human being experience? Probably not. Also, the training data that the service uses, when was it acquired? You're trying to prove obviousness, which depends on time. You're trying to prove whether a sale was made at a certain time before a certain date, whether a public disclosure was made before a certain date. But we don't know, as ordinary consumers using artificial intelligence systems, when was the training data acquired and when was it compiled? And how do we determine enablement with a robot who didn't really invent anything? We can ask an expert in the field. In litigation, we can use a wastewater engineer to give an opinion whether this method was easily invented or was it something that nobody had ever heard about before. But yes.
A question here.
Yes.
When we see, for example, ChatGPT, the language system, they most of the prediction is just like a statistical prediction, what would become next. So the problem right now is that some of the AI systems, or most of them, is missing the innovative step, the creation of association from two non-correlated things, which nobody thought about it, to combine. Then it's combined just by pure mere statistic. Would this not bring it up to the lower level? Then it's surely obvious instead of it maybe not.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying that the AI systems, I think you're saying, please correct me if I'm misunderstanding. You're saying that the AI doesn't really combine two different inventions or two different technologies that are superficially not related. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And it's a mere statistic, how it would be normally combined. So with this in mind, would it not bring the AI standard, if AI comes up with a prior art to the lower level and say, then it's surely by a professional, because also ChatGPT right now says that they hope that AI will be as accurate as a PhD level in the next release. So right now we are before PhD level. So what is the level what a person needs to be on to a patent and so on? Please.
Yeah, that's the open question that we have, and the patent office is trying to get a grasp on, because if the system later is developed for, like you say, the PhD level, is that a person holding ordinary skill in the art? And how do we determine that? How do we measure that? And for example, if ChatGPT does that, but Gemini doesn't do that, then it depends quite a bit. But I still think, as far as what your scenario was, combining two different technologies that people didn't think about, I think quite often a person having a PhD who goes deep in one particular field not necessarily could be expected to be creative to pull in another technological field that they probably are not experienced or knowledgeable in, and combining that to create an invention. But I think one of the disadvantages we have with artificial intelligence, a previous panel was referring to movies, and they're saying that the AI generated video of a former star lacks a soul. I think very important in the patent world, the AI system, the computer, also lacks a soul, or lacks what I call creativity. You can have all the knowledge and you can train as much as you want with millions and millions and millions of pages of documents, but the creativity to take one technology and borrow something from another technology and meld them together and make them work, I believe still artificial intelligence is not at the level to do those light bulbs on the top of the head, those creativity, those innovative aspects. Right now, artificial intelligence is really more of fast plagiarism. They take something that's already there, they already trained it in, they've have access to all the knowledge in the world, but they don't have anything new. They don't have the ability or the desire to combine things.
But as an inventor, I run often in a problem in to describe the invention, and people don't understand it.
Right.
So you had to find tricks because you needed investors. So how do you explain it the quickest? And by explaining it, I found the quickest way is the way through questions. So you lead them to the invention by making logical questions. And they answer the question, and you ask the next one, the next one, the next one. And I don't want even to use this word, which now comes, then they understand it. I don't want to say then it's obvious for them, because you had to lead them with question to question.
Yeah, don't use the word obvious.
We don't want to use the word obvious.
It's clear.
This is a patent killer, but
Right.
you have to lead them with question. So as AI is led from question, from the input by the person using the AI. So AI, I mean, most of us know that sometimes you try to trick AI to say something which it shouldn't say, just like you are playing around. So, or you get an answer that this cannot be answered because of restriction, but it should be answered because it's academic research. So you have to find ways around to enable the AI to do the research. You cannot say to a human like, okay, no, look, I really don't want to make a nuclear bomb. I just have to know how it's done. And then the human says, you need it for this. Okay, I explain you. So AI, sometimes when you ask them to do something, it blocks us because of ethical guidelines, and you find ways with the question around. Now my question is, with obviousness, it's because you guide it with question. Is it then really obvious when AI comes to the right conclusion? When I guide it with question to the answer? Because with questions, whole universities teach only with questions to find the answer.
Yeah, what you're describing right there is a good
Fred, you're
example.
frozen, I think, somehow in the video. Can you just move a little bit?
Yeah,
quicker?
I'm sorry. Let me try moving that.
Okay.
Okay.
Now you move again.
Now I'm here, right?
Yeah. Now you move.
Okay.
You were total.
Sorry about that. So what you're describing there, the questions, as I'm sure you know, and quite a few people know about the consumer-based AI systems. We talked about queries, but you don't need to input just one query. You can put a sequence and series of queries. And like you're referring to, trying to lead the investors so they can understand the invention. At the same way, in the litigation context, if you wanted to demonstrate that a AI chatbot can duplicate an invention, you can create a very smart sequence of queries to lead them down the road that you want them to go to.
Yes.
And try to show that their invention has already been done before, or that it's not operable, or it's not enabled, or if it's obvious. You can do that. It's a technique I'm sure that a lot of patent litigators will try to do. And even if the artificial intelligence results are not allowed to be used in a trial, that can be a script for a deposition testimony of an expert, where the expert just duplicates the responses that were generated by the artificial intelligence. So that is something that could be done. I wanted to circle back a second for hallucinations. You know, a lot of the issues with artificial intelligence and patentability are hypothetical situations that a court has not addressed, but someday they might. We talked about a lawyer who was using a AI chatbot to do legal research, and they got false results, hallucinations. Well, what if I'm an inventor and I'm trying to create a process for taking contaminants out of wastewater? And if I ask AI chatbot, let's say Claude, make me such a service, such a method. And what if it gives me a hallucination? So if I don't look into it, it looks like it might work, but then an engineer looks at it later and says, "Nah, that won't work. The AI computer just gave you something that was fake." But here's the problem. If I can get a patent application issued on that, where the human says it won't work, and then Chat GPT says it will work, if the examiner doesn't catch it, or if I can convince the examiner otherwise, I can have an inoperable, not enabled, maybe even an obvious invention patented, thanks to the happy circumstance of a hallucination. And then what do we do? And here's the one thing that really helps to defend against a claim of unobviousness. If your invention is totally unexpected, that everybody in the world said it can't be done, and if you got it to be done, or the synergy from two different technologies, that is one factor leaning towards it not being obvious. So somebody somewhere in the future is going to have a patent, and they're going to argue whether it's obvious or not. And if it came through a roll of the dice from some $20 a month chat GPT results, there might be something out there that somebody's going to sue someone, or maybe they might actually invent something that's very useful, and the AI technically would be the inventor. And then if you do succeed in defending it as being useful, but then they get you for saying the AI invented it, not you.
I just
big
want
issue.
to refer here to one thing.
Yes.
The humans being are so resistant against change. And when you just say like the people would not like basically if you have something invented which everyone didn't invent before and doesn't see it your way, and the AI would be the problem. I think in this moment the humans will be the problem. See Galileo. The world is around and moves around the sun.
Right.
No, it doesn't.
Copernicus
You
too.
can bring all the arguments, then
Right.
it stops.
Right.
So I think there we will have a lot of human problems.
Yes.
So this gets me to a question, and then please go ahead with it.
Mhm.
Do you think that AI could be a fairer judge than a human? Because the bias is out, the human bias,
Well,
jealousy,
I assume you're
religion.
referring to a judge as somebody who rules on legal cases?
I refer as an expert for seeing if it's obvious or not.
Okay.
Because it goes straight after the Bronx. This is fulfilled. It can be like this. During by humans, we have emotions in. I don't like. He looks like my uncle, which I never liked, or something like that. And I loved my uncle. Sorry, this I have to say.
Yes,
He was
yes.
my hero. Sorry, like this was an example. Or he is, or it's something which reminds something and something bad, or it's mad jealousy, which is in the scientific world really huge when people work years and decades on a problem and somebody beats them from 5 days to do something, or when some person want to implement something and it blocks $1 million of development. So the experts are not really neutral, and we see it like in litigation. Each party has an expert, and when they really would be experts which are fair and just, they would come to similar results. But we see also in damages. One says like damages is like 10 cents, and the other one says it's 10%. The other one is no, it's 80%. So it's like so far apart.
Yeah, I could see off the top of my head some advantages because the artificial intelligence uses logic. They use the data in front of them and they come with a result. And you do have the human negative jealousies or biases are not there. However, one thing you should note that there are already reports out there that a lot of these AI systems are discriminatory, for example, against women. They're sexist because even though you have a machine, the human beings design them and program them. So you still will have that problem. We've had AI results. We had somebody once, it was in the news, they were depressed. And the AI told them, well, go jump off a bridge. So that might sound like a human thing.
Yeah, I know
a
you
logical computer, you know.
You refer there to the tape bot, which was trained on data which were a catastrophe, and they had to be deactivated after 24 hours.
Yes.
So it was one of the best examples.
Right. But going back to your original question about the experts, there are several problems with experts, the human experts, that I see might be beneficial of using a computer expert. The computer artificial intelligence would have access to everything that the human expert already has read. plus more. The computer will have access to foreign language materials that the human expert probably doesn't even know that language. But human experts, we have problems. Usually in litigation, one expert says A, and the other expert who gets paid from the other side says not A. So you have two experts who are experts and knowledgeable, but the monetary aspect, they're naturally are going to say something that is good for whoever is paying them. You also have the instance, if you have a special expert that is appointed by the judge, so the expert who's appointed by the judge wants to be appointed in future cases. So there's going to be a bias there to help the judge out in a certain way. Also, the expert might be in a situation where one side has an ordinary law firm and the other side has a big mega law firm. Well, that expert, that testifying witness, would sure love to get future work from the big law firm who most likely would have more work for them, where the computer doesn't care about that. The computer doesn't have a daughter who needs a summer job clerking with a judge, for example. So I can see a lot of these human biases could be avoided, but still, everybody's going to fight over. They're going to want to see the source code of the AI chatbot. And also, people are going to try to make efforts to prefer an AI system that's beneficial to them as opposed to their opponent. So those can be quite a few problems. So another thing is we're referring to my example. You can go to a library in Indonesia, pull a book off the shelf, and you can find the invention described there. That's publicly available. So a patent was done before, it's not valid, or it could be obvious because it's publicly accessible. Yes, you got to go physically to Indonesia to get it, but it's accessible. Now, if it's on Chat GPT, it is publicly accessible, but now we have to look at the person holding ordinary skill. Would they find that document or that information or that sale in Chat GPT? And one of the unanswered questions we have is, there's so much volume of material available in the language learning model and AI-based tools. It's enormous, unwieldy. So could an ordinary wastewater engineer find my method through all of the data there? Maybe, maybe not. And how to determine that and how to confine that is going to be quite a bit of an issue. Now, also we have the issue of, for security reasons, confidentiality, or for special uses, people are using artificial intelligence that is not on a consumer level. They have it made for themselves in-house. A lot of law firms are creating artificial intelligence chatbots for internal use only. So is a special AI system that's used only by a large law firm with offices throughout the world, is that widely publicly available or not? We'll have to think about how the patent office is going to deal with that. Also, there's an issue of reasonable experimentation for patent being obvious. If you can read my patent, but you cannot duplicate the results, it's still not obvious if you can reasonably experiment and take my disclosure and end up with the final method. But reasonable experimentation, if you can get it done by AI now, today in 2024, then the definition of reasonable experimentation, like a drug discovery, might not be so easy at this time. So, for example, if we have a bird flu epidemic and somebody wants to do drug discovery to find a cure for the upcoming bird flu epidemic. Before AI, they could use, computers, and they could do a lot of experimentation, a lot of animal trials and human trials to try to come up with a miracle drug that would cure that pandemic virus, for example. But now with artificial intelligence, you could probably do it at a lightning speed. So the level of what we call reasonable experimentation or undue experimentation, because of the heavy use of artificial intelligence, might change. And what used to be considered not obvious before, finding that drug overnight or in a week, could really level the field as far as whether something is obvious or not obvious. Now, after a patent claim is written, what if you can take an AI-based tool and request it to combine with two or more pieces of prior art and duplicate the claim? So one of the hallmarks of obviousness is you take one document and one or more other documents, and you combine them together, and could you come up with an invention? And a human being would usually do that. They would read one patent, read a different patent, and those two patents don't mention each other, but they put them together and they come up with your invention. But now with an AI-based tool, you can go ahead and just say, here's patent A, here's patent B. Give me claims that combine the disclosure in both of those. And so the question is, will that be useful in patent litigation to invalidate a patent by showing it's so simple that a computer-based AI tool can combine two disclosures and come up with the same invention? If that's true, then maybe your patent is not obvious, and your patent is killed. But one of the other things, the how sausage is made in the patent world and patent litigation. My example right there of taking document A, document B, combining it and creating a new invention. We have human beings. They're going to do that, and they're going to file a patent application, but they're not using AI, but they're not going to reveal to the patent and trademark office that they created it with artificial intelligence, because they know having a machine as an inventor is not permitted. Having an obvious invention is not permitted. And also, we have forever and ever, people hide prior art. They do not produce prior art. So those type of people are going to be expected to not disclose their artificial intelligence use. Now, right now, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office requires people to volunteer if they use artificial intelligence to invent or prepare the patent application. And also, they are required to volunteer on the honor system if they use artificial intelligence in preparing the application in any way, and also to tell the patent office what results they got. But I doubt that there'll be many people volunteering that. I expect a lot of people will do that, and it's very simple. They don't need to tell the patent attorney that they did it. They can just bring the results to the patent attorney. The patent attorney just follows the procedure, files the patent application, and nobody knows one way or the other. So there are quite a few unknowns regarding AI-assisted inventions and AI-assisted applications. It's going to be litigated many different facets, more than I even mentioned. It's going to be litigated. People are going to use it, and discovery, when inventors are going to have to defend their applications, and they're going to be asked about AI. Any any lawyer trying to fight patent litigation is going to ask them under oath when they use AI. Then they're going to find a fellow employee, a business partner who doesn't like the inventor anymore and has motivation to hurt them. They're going to find out somewhere a trail of AI.
So we are going close to the end. I have one question regarding this. So when we look at the economics of patent litigation, AI will cut down a lot of times on expensive lawyers and experts and so on, just by assisting drafting a patent. It will also help with accuracy in writing the patent, make something more eloquent to read and so on when used right. But how you say it is also the usage of AI will be a lot of things where there will be depositions about it, motion praxis, and so on. Now, is the uprise of AI used in patents, making filing patents or defending patents more the filing and the defending process more expensive or less expensive, seeing the cost savings in several aspects by drafting the patent application and drafting the motions versus the increased motion praxis, which will be surely following regarding AI. So will it be a wash or will it be driving the cost of litigation out?
Well, let me cut to the conclusion and go back. Conclusion is lawyers are going to find a way to make sure they get a bill to their clients, and it is going to cost more one way or the other. It's just going to. That's the nature of the humans who do the litigation and the humans who do the patent prosecution. So let's back up a little bit. One concern that I have is the ability to take large amounts of data and churn out large amounts of data. So there are Fortune 500 companies who are going to create patents and patent applications. They're going to pay to try to invalidate a patent $100,000 for a human being to do a patent search to get a gigantic stack of patent prior art. Now, anybody, Joe Sixpack, can use ChatGPT or other consumer-based systems for free or their $20 a month subscription, and they could churn out tons and tons and tons of prior art, and there'll be hallucinations in there, and there'll be real legitimate prior art. So when they file their patent application with the patent office, they're going to have a gigantic stack of prior art that they give to the patent office. They flood the patent office. The patent office is not going to be able to read every single item, but it's there. And now, if they are accused of hiding prior art, they're going to say, no, it's right there. I gave them 6,000 pieces of prior art, so I was honest. But we don't know if it's relevant. We don't know if it's hallucinations. And a litigation aspect, if you're trying to defend your patent, your opponent is going to give you 6,000 pieces of prior art that they got in 4 minutes off ChatGPT. And you have to go through all that, separate it out. And of course, you're going to use artificial intelligence to separate that out. And you're going to be hit with hallucinations over the hallucinations, and they might miss something that is good. So you're going to have to follow up with human beings at some point, and the amount of prior art that's thrown at you is going to be terrible. The discovery, if right now litigants before AI, they want to have every single document that you reviewed to prepare the patent application. Well, if they're on the receiving end of your discovery, they're going to flood you with tons of stuff they can create at the last minute and tell you it's already was in the file. And other way around, if you have to receive all that prior art, how are you going to go through that and determine whether you should settle the case today or fight more? So if there's a smokescreen involved, then unfortunately, the litigants don't get to talk turkey and see where the chips lay, because it's a smokescreen of prior art and documents and source code going there. So I see tons of abuse that could happen there, and I see tons of ways that lawyers can make money, and the system can get bogged down if we don't develop rules and guidelines in litigation, the court rules, the practices, and also the patent office, because the patent office has 6,000 pieces of prior art. What are they going to do with that? Do they ignore it, or do they review everything? So I think the abuses have to be understood, and there have to be appropriate rules formed. Right now, all we have is a lot of question marks, and we have to look forward to try to make these issues manageable. That's what I see.
Yeah. Okay. So this, I mean, it's a theme. This subject can be discussed for hours and hours,
Yeah.
and it is interesting. And of course, as a new technology, every discussion lets us at the end with more questions than answers.
That
So
is true.
thank you for contributing to the world of questioning.
Well, it's my pleasure, and I look forward in the future we have some type of rules from the patent office and courts, and we can help people to understand the new rules as they come aboard.
Thank you very much, Fred. It was a
Thank
pleasure
you.
to have you here.
Same
This was
here.
Fred
You have a
Douglas.
nice day.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
thank you. Goodbye.
Carl, I think it was a wonderful panel with you and Fred. I think very, very interesting. And like you said, a lot of questions and that were answered, but then were answered with a lot more questions. So I think, as this develops, this is certainly an area that we need to keep our viewers apprised of. I thought we might take a few minutes and just discuss the panels and go through just a few of them to see how it all went and what it brought up for us.
Yes, we are live streamed still.
Yes.
So
no, I know. So that's what I wanted to do, is that you and I normally end up doing this much later, and I thought it would be a good idea for everybody to see that we also want to learn from our own panels, and that we want to know what we saw, what was good, what didn't work, etc., and how we can improve the quality of our content, and create more of a even conversation about this. So I thought that your conversation with Dr. Neara, for instance, was an excellent conversation, and I think it's an area that Digital Davos has spent a lot of time on and has a lot of expertise on. And I think that it is an area where a lot of help is necessary, especially from family offices, because you are ultimately going up against big pharma.
yes, I just have because this meeting should go only till 1 o'clock. I have now another meeting which I have to join, so we can record it and edit at the end when you would like to join us in a half an hour.